What's going on, good people? I hope everyone had a great evening. Today is Tuesday, April 29th. I think we have news probably coming out tomorrow. Today might be a relatively easy day with the news. But just checking out the macro, bird's eye view, we have a 4-hour supply line up here coming in. Demand line, sorry, this is the daily supply line. The death cross happened back here. So all this price action should possibly be a pullback into a money zone and fail. But the bulls did take over here. You see that green money zone moving average. If we go to the 4-hour really quickly, we are above a supply line, possibly going to come back, retest, and bounce. Who knows? But we do have the price action above the 200, which is always a good thing. Usually you would get a rejection around that 100 moving average. But we did recover. All right, so that's that. Nothing else to look at there. After that, I usually come here, pull up a 15, and then move some levels around. We have a 15 minute up here. So that 15 minute is supply is at 19,580. We have demand coming in there, but until that demand sets, we're going to keep the original demand. We'll jump over to the 1 hour over here. Funny enough, we did make it to that 1 hour level up there. We are getting some major rejections here throughout the night. Possibly can take it out. Market is consolidating now, no squeeze. What else? So what levels are we going to choose? Yeah, you know what? We'll keep this level for the 1 hour. And I don't think I saw anything smaller than that. Oh, isn't that funny? This is why we're rejecting this level. Wow, I could have spotted that yesterday if I didn't give it too much room, but there we go. I think we have our levels for today. That means that it's very, very strong resistance up there. If I would have had that there yesterday, we would have at least ran into that on a 1 hour, and 15 minute came with a supply. So definitely have strong resistance at the 19,500 levels, 600 level. And strong demand is going to be down there at 300, maybe even like 270, 274. Let me see. Demand at 370. Yeah, so we're going to 266 is demand on the 15 minute. 19,266. And then we're going to keep 351, 350, and 20,014, 19,606. We're going to keep 19,606. 19,606. All right, and that's it, guys. We got our levels here. Blow this bad boy up. All right, I'm not going to be able to get to MES before this market opens. We do have demand coming in down there, so we'll see what happens. Otherwise, guys, good luck out there. Stay safe. I am short bias. We are below the 15-minute 200 moving average. If we do seem to recover, I'll change and flip sides. But until then, we gotta follow the rules. Go back to the Discord. Hey Jason, what's up, brother? Hey Jason, maybe I'm tripping, but I didn't see any live accounts coming into the Proton Mail. There was one in there that says two, so I'm guessing that that's a dupe. Saad Hussein. Yeah, I don't know why. Why would he do it again yesterday? Mm-hmm. Hmm. Morning, Matt. Oh, good. Oh, I'm out. Caught some shorts from up there. Took the 15-minute, 200 moving average. I'm out though. When is consumer confidence? Ooh, good exit. Thank you. I'm fucking paying attention to this trade. Wow, bro. Wow. I take this entry again. Risking previous swing high. Good morning. Good morning. The the chats you said? Oh, give me one sec. I didn't answer that yet. Oh, wait. Let me just double check what you're talking about. Yeah, I definitely missed that. Um, yeah, he said done. Can you please update the adjustment? Yeah, Yeah, sure. That move just flipped my charts back bearish, so hands off for me for a bit. Hello? It was calling.
Hi, this is Lauren.
I'm good. I'm good. How you doing? Yeah, yeah.
You one who's now director of alumni engagement with the as you might know, the alumni association.
One second.
And
1 second. You said send another follow up. All right, cool. I'll do that now. It's crazy that they don't even reply to that email, but all right, I'll send one now. Interesting. Yeah, sorry about that. Started work though. Hectic end of the month stuff. So yeah, I'm not.
yeah, it was years ago. Years when there was there and then he felt that and years with a lot of the alumni, representing their history and then the relationship, they were, really strong and, going. And when, the network was good, and, and brought forth about, creating this alumni association. The person within the agency, he's the director of it, and so I'm, the director of alumni engagement within the agency. But role with the agency and alumni association, the network that was part of the launch. We were part of it from what I got. That was to happen. Yeah. And we were having this post given to this thing wow that's going on.
Yeah.
And he wanted to personally invite you to building dedication. So I want to make sure that
Okay.
of people to invite. So I make sure to personally extend that invitation to you, and hopefully it works out with your schedule that you might be able to come to at least building dedication forever, for some of it on Thursday, May 15th. If you can't make it to the host for the alumni association, maybe you could at least come.
Yeah. So May 4th is the homecoming. May 15th is the dedication.
May 15th is, and we're actually talking on Friday, May 16th,
Mm-hmm.
and then a brunch on May 17th. So it's like you know, it's like this like true home feeling that universities and colleges do. It's like true, kind of building.
Oh, all right. That sounds cool.
Yeah.
So just so I have my ducks in a row, we have homecoming May 4th, dedication May 15th, and then the brunch on May 17th.
Yeah, May 17th. May 15th, Thursday. Call game, May 16th.
16th. Oh, gotcha.
On Friday. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
And then May 7th. Like more. It's going to be at.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. I'll see what my schedule looks like that weekend, and I'll get back to you. But just definitely send that via email, and I'll keep a lookout for it today.
Yeah.
test ones in there. I'm like, let me put one in there because I don't want a hard code. So I'll put the test one in there, like this test 88, and that's actually what it's at right now. I was like, I'll let for like maybe 5 days. I'll see how price reacts to that.
Yes.
And if it reacts good, then I'll change it from saying test to being an actual level. But right now, like from the 78 up to that 88, 78 is at 543, 88 is at 566. So it's like 22 points. Like for me, that's 22 points is a nice little move.
Man, I'm trying to be patient on this bounce here that I'm trying to catch. I got a green wedge coming in, so I might miss this opportunity, but I'm just gonna be patient because I'm up 180. And this was what I meant, Vega. Like, even though I'm bull biased, the macro 15-minute and 1 hour level is up there. So it's just like having a 4 hour and a 1 hour. Can't take that. Can't take a trade up here because if I do, I would have been suffering with that pullback. You know, I don't know what just hit the market, but some volatility came in again.
That was a crazy little spike. So for me, my 1 minute, it left that lower high. So my chart is still green, but I can't take a long until we break that lower high. And then I can go back long. And I can't take a short because, of course, the chart is green.
On green, yeah, same here. Like, I got a green chart, but I can't take this entry up there. And they pull back away from it so I could get in. Just trying to be patient for some reason.
So I can't go long until we get back over 19,575. Over 575, I'm long. I can't go short until we break like 480. 480 would probably flip my chart red.
LMD, I have a question. So you have a 15-minute 200 EMA and you have a 15-minute 20 EMA. I'm assuming the 20 is the thinner line.
Yeah, so if you're looking at my 1 minute chart, that thin line is the 15-minute 20, but the thick line is actually a 5-minute 2.
You got like a what's your price target?
I need that 608 first. I want to see the reaction there. Usually the fade off that 23% takes a minute, but full 3R for me is going to be 630.
Got it.
You guys trading ES, right? What's up, man? You guys trading ES?
Trading both. Really. I got one account on M&Q and one account on.
Oh, my boy hustling. I'm trying to catch a long.
I'm on ultra wide today, so.
Trying to catch a long, but I'm being patient because we're at that supply level. I don't want to get clapped, bro. I'm up 180 so far.
Have to get fucking knocked out of this now.
You guys think we got a trend day coming, or this shit's probably gonna do a range or full retracement?
On JD, I was pretty bearish today. Just little, rejected off the high or Asia lows, and then you wanted to pump it up.
I was with you on the bearish move. Like, I was bearish until they broke 466, and I was like, yeah, this looks like this market could rip. Then I flipped bullish.
I had a short from 594 down to one contract, and then flipped it long. So we'll see.
Oh, you caught the top of this thing.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah,
I had 1 minute supply up there.
That's fire. Yeah, I got like 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's why I'm trying to let the pullback kind of happen, wait for like a curl, and then kind of get in on this possible trend. But if they get close to that wick, where that wick started at 10 o'clock, I'm interested. You covered already on your shorts?
I already covered on the shorts.
Got you.
Still streaming?
Was that me?
Hmm.
Yeah. I'm up there.
Less.
There it goes. Trying to stay consistent, man, with it. But Top Step got my ass working crazy right now. All the live accounts are calling in.
Dude, Top Step has been struggling.
All the changes.
All the changes, the billings.
Yeah. The breakdown of the new dashboard.
Short was nice. Right through VWAP.
I'll be right back, boys.
All right.
For sure.
I could be shorting into what can be a higher low.
Yeah, there goes that short that we talked about there. I like it now, though. I like a possible long.
Down and then like set up for a lower high before I go, because this could be flipping and going long right now.
So your indicators, your indicators, you don't trade basically off your indicators. You still utilize the fact price action because you understand that price action trumps it.
Exactly. So, and that's like, that was me and Spark be talking, and I'll be like, nah, I can't take that, because most of the time I'm not going to take this because, like I said, I'm trading into a lower high. So it might look like it's going to work.
Yeah.
And then it ends up being a lower high. And now I just traded into my chart about to flip green. Because if you look at the chart I just posted, that red cloud, like that red cloud is what flips my chart. So when price gets back above that red cloud, which is that's a 5-minute 10-20 crossover. When that flips my chart back red or flips the chart back green, now I'm set up. Now I'm like, if I took that short up there, if I don't take my stop, now I'm in hopium. So I need to see a lower high come in now before I go short. This is like that no trade zone for me.
This might be it. This might be the start of a bigger move to the downside.
Could be. I just took a long position, risking what is this? 8483. Only because I have a wedge signal and we're still bullish. Only 483 is what I'm risking. No, I'm not risking 483. I'm risking the low of this fucking area here. See what I get. Maybe I could get $200 off of this.
MQ look like it's trying to roll back over. It's right at that cloud.
Yeah, I'd be probably more interested in shorts after that kind of engulfing move to the downside.
Yeah, I just got tagged. I'm trailing.
The issue that I have is that this engulfing bar, it took like almost 2 candles. Like, I mean, at least in ES, I'm not looking at NQ, but it took like 2 of the previous candles basically out, and it made it go red. So we went from being green on the day to being not only red but covering essentially like multiple bars, which is why I'd probably look for the shorts, and I think that's probably going to be what pays out here the rest of the day. Maybe the previous day lows again. Who knows if we range out? We have so much news, by the way, this week that it gets kind of crazy.
You say ES went red?
Yeah, no, ES is red right now. I don't know. Spy is red and under VWAP.
Yeah,
I mean, so is ES.
Is just MNQ is fighting VWAP, which is dang. Yeah, it's a lot of shit stacked right there. So it's VWAP, and it's about to flip my chart back red again.
Damn, this is a squeeze on a. What's that? A squeeze? No, a supply. The supply is paying out. Basically, that area that I pointed to this morning. Damn, to the fucking penny, bro. That 1 hour. This is a cheap trade for me if I do take the longs because I'm only risking like 83.
I mean, what are you up right now?
I just made another $20 on that, so 199. I might just close this shit out. But...
Yeah, do you think it's worth putting that? Because I mean, in my opinion, when I'm looking at this action, I think you're fighting the move. In my opinion, just looking at it, I mean, You'd be
Yeah,
fighting that action. Now, I'm not saying you can't be wrong. I mean, you can't be right, but I wouldn't want to be fighting this.
What I've been doing though, bro, that's been working, kind of to not catch a falling knife. The flat Hikanachi top means I'm trying to make the trade work, right? Like trying to get in at a optimal level. Like I don't need to be the first at the party. When that Hikanachi stops doing the flat tops, then I can get in. I already know the area I want to get in and the reason. So like I got a green and lime green wedge. So that means like I can take this trade risking these lows. So I'll get in and just take that cheap trade. But what I notice is if I could just be patient and wait for that flat top, the sellers to get out of the way, it's a better fucking like experience. I may not get the best price, but it's just a better experience, bro.
Why is your what is that thing? The thing that's like red, green, purple. What the fuck? Where did that come from? Where did the purple come from?
The purple's just ahead of the time, so it's I don't know why it does that, to be honest, but anything in front of the price action is just going to be purple, but it's the same moving average. It's not supposed to be purple, it's supposed to be green and red. Green when we're above, red when we're below, but yeah, that should be tripping me out. Yeah, that would have been a
gold in front of when it's in front. Mine is gold like that.
Yeah,
I'm saying that like, what the hell? I mean, I have your supply demand thing, and I'm like, dude, that's never happened with me.
Oh yeah, no, that's a moving average. The supply and demand is legit. Like that ain't gonna change. It's only gonna go dark red or dark or.
Oh, that purple thing's a moving average.
Yeah, that's the 50. The dash one is the 50. The solid is the 200.
Okay.
So that's why I'm bullish. But this, like you said, this down move look like they're just gonna keep sending this shit to hell. So I'm gonna take one more long and see if we get a move back up. But I'm gonna actually wait for that Hikanachi rule before I take it, because I'm not donating money today.
My chart about to flip red on you here in a minute. Next candle breaks that low, my chart should flip red.
Yeah, in my opinion, this feels like one of those days, man. I'm just looking at kind of the tilt on ES, and I mean the most that I've seen percentage short is 59%. Like, and that's currently happening now. And we're just that means that not a lot of people are engaged in this move, which is kind of what you want to see if you're on the right side.
My thing is, look how slow the market just slowed down.
Yeah, and that's also like
that. But the market has like the candles. It's like, where did everybody go?
Yeah.
Well, we hit supply and the reaction happened, right? Like we had one volume candle that brought us down, that 1020 candle, and now it looks like they slowed down, like you said, right? But we hit in this bounce area, that double bottom kind of area from the 10 o'clock wick. I'm just gonna wait for that. Let me see if I could be patient. This is the hard part for me. I'll be like, nah, that's a cheap price.
I'm looking at gold, and gold is looking kind of bullish, and gold likes to be contrarian a bit. And gold looks really, really good right now. I haven't checked the VIX because unless Trump is releasing a tweet, I'm not really interested in checking out the VIX, because the VIX has been kind of dying out recently.
This market tripping, bro. It's the squeeze trade that I got to the upside that paid out. One supply trade fail, and then this supply trade just hit 1R, risking $160. It's about to be 2R if we hit 401. Damn, that's way down there. Back to where we left from. And if we break 466, I'm back bearish. And if that happens, to be honest, that's how I lost all my money yesterday. Fucking bro, yesterday I was down 488. If I would have hit 520, I got an automatic lockout. Brought that shit back to 260, bro. Took one trade, and I was trying to get to 300, and I got it. I just was holding that trade, bro. That shit went against me. Then I flipped sides because the chart flipped. I got, bro. I might go in long here, guys. I'm gonna wait for this candle to close. Definitely don't want it at the top of this trend line. Damn it. Nice move.
I'm not a fan of this action. This action just, to me, is kind of. I mean, if anything, I'm already done for the day, by the way, my combines. So I'm up, across all my combines, I'm up 1,500. I traded last night versus previous highs because, like I said, I want to fucking live trade for my YouTube.
He's sick, bro.
And I don't really want to share my center point. I don't feel comfortable sharing my center point in my E-Trade. But that's basically what I did that last night. Took some shorts off of the previous day highs, kind of and I mentioned that last night too. I was like, I think we're gonna gun for previous day highs in the overnight session, and we did. And I shorted that because I was like, dude, we're not gonna fucking break out with Benson talking at 8:30 in the morning with consumer confidence. Like I was like, yeah, bro, that's that, or Jotes or whatever the fuck. Well, Jotes is tomorrow, I think. But yeah, I was like, dude, there's no fucking way we're gonna sit there and just keep an up move throughout the whole night and gap up. It just wasn't the day for that to happen. So I managed to have a good game plan and I took advantage of it. So all I need is all I'm hoping for is tomorrow or tonight. If I can get some IEs that put me up about 1,000, which can happen. If I get some IEs that put me up like about 1,000, and then I actually trade like other things other than IEs, I could easily make the 500 and be done with these, fund this shit, and then I'll start live trading and recording, some of my trades. But I think I might work on the take profit shit that LMD's talking about, so that I can have another set of accounts.
Trying to get into this, guys.
Even got a few payouts out of this take profit trader.
Yeah, they pay.
I think that's the only other prop firm that's really up to par with Top Step.
Oh, come on, give me my entry, bitch. All right, you might not get that low. I'm trying to risk $40, so I got my fucking entry somewhere down here.
You seen that there's an Asian, he's like some Asian guy, but he trades like ICT, and he took like 2-point-something million payout from Apex, the biggest payout ever in prop firm.
They approved it.
Yeah, they approved it. 2-point-something million. He's like a real popular, like he's kind of.
Yo, I'm trying to catch this move, guys, but I don't have I had a order a little bit lower than where that shit just snapped from. But the Heikanatsu flipped, so looks like the bears took control again here. Another bit. Missed it.
Watching 550s here just as a side number.
550. You taking it up to 550, you saying?
No, I'm looking to short it. Like I'm gonna stick with my bias because I know end of the day if I don't do that and I just flip flop, I'm gonna be fucking pissed.
Yeah, that's a fact. My bias is long right now until we cross that 467 or 466, and we kind of pull back deep enough for it. I'm trying to get in during this bull run. Looks like the Heikanatsu is giving flat bottoms, but I'm probably not gonna get the decent pullback that I want. But I'm gonna get in. See if I can get in. Damn it, dude, pull back.
Real tough. That opening range for Nazi, 530, 560. Initial balance high, Nazi, 545. I mean, this is just so congested.
Nazi's testing the VWAP from the high.
Looks like MES might be the better play.
Shorting it from there.
But I've been right.
I like that curl on MES too, bro. Kind of the same.
Did you take the trade? Because I literally was just saying that you would have been right on this. right
I tried
now.
to get in on a pullback. They didn't give me they didn't pull back far enough for my entry to risk $40. So it kind of left without me, and I'm just trying to be patient. I went to go look at MES, see if that was a better like kind of trade, and it looks like it is too. But I think I missed this, man.
So I just posted a picture. I would have been long at that highlight, and that would have been what I call, it's usually called a blue candle setup, but because of how the moving averages are, or not even the moving averages, because of where it's at, yeah, it is because it's below those moving averages. Instead of the candle being blue, the candle is red. But those candles usually would be blue. When price gets back above that cloud, the moving, that green cloud, I'm taking the next candle that breaks the high, and I'm gonna put my stop below it. So I would have went long right there where that candle is highlighted at.
For me, you see that, like I was telling you, I just needed to be patient for the flat tops to stop on the Hikinachi, because I knew the zone I wanted to get in at, but I don't want to get in front of these sellers because sometimes they'll break the zone. When that white candle came in and stopped the flat tops, I was looking for a fucking entry. And I think I've been learning that, like, don't try to get your entry. Just get in and put your stop below that and just call it a day. Because now I'm...
Say you take the break of... So, like, see how they was going down? The first 1 minute candle to make a new high, well, usually that's like a trend shift. So that's why I always, like, I play the first 1 minute candle to make the new high, because that's like breaking that downtrend. So like on that move, you wouldn't want to play that. So
sorry,
like
what?
You wanted to start seeing the flat bottoms before you got long?
No. I just need to stop seeing flat tops, because by the time the flat bottoms come in, that shit is all the way up. It just bounced like 70, 80 points. So I don't really care about the flat. Like, I hope that the flat bottoms start coming in after my entry, but I need them sellers to stop selling so aggressively before I decide to put money in, risk on. And that white candle tells me that buyers, you already know what that means. There was unusual buying. So after that, I just need any kind of pullback, because my risk is going to be the lows. I'm not going to take the breakout entry that you like, because that would make a 45-point risk. If I would have just took the entry that I wanted, it would have been a 34-point risk, 27 actually, and then I would have been up like 2R.
Just looking at your chart, I would have entered when that white candle broke the high of that prior candle, because now that's the first 1 minute candle to make a new high.
Yeah,
and then I'm just put my stop below it.
That's a Hikinachi too. So yeah, I mean, you could do that too. So you would have got in around where I wanted to get in at too. So, but they left without me, boss. Okay, but this is why I would like every day that I trade, bro, I get better and better at, like, okay, you need to be patient and not take the longs up there, even though the market fucking snapped at 10 o'clock. Because, like what you mentioned, there was a 1 hour and a 15-minute supply up there. If there would have been a 4-hour supply up there, I definitely wouldn't have touched it. The market pulled back into an area that I liked and totally missed the run up. But you know, that was the setup. And I still can't be bearish on this market yet. All right, I'm shutting it down, guys, because I'm not doing any work and I just missed what I thought was my fucking trade. So.
I'm gonna reinstall Ninja Trade. I probably should have never uninstalled that shit from my computer. Or reinstall it.
Maybe a break and retest, right? Like a break of that trend line LMD, retest that shit. Definitely can't take longs up here now. We're back to the same condition we were in at like fucking 10.
Man, what the fuck is my password?
This is some bubblegum bullshit, boys. Totally missed that fucking, like, that was a layup for me, but yeah, I guess I just wanted a cheap ass entry and the market said, fuck your cheap entry.
Yep.
Dude, I should have fucking taken that, honestly. So obviously we're looking bullish, right? That JOLTS number right there, 50% of that would have been 488, and that's totally within drawdown. Like, I should fucking be in this.
Yeah, I mean, and then that wick, right? Like the number at 10 o'clock, that wick, I was like, man, if that buyer comes back in, this shit could catch some steam.
Yeah, fucking exactly. It's
Now,
least good to this high right here, and 600s.
now we're back at the top where I definitely cannot take longs because that's what probably could kick in again.
Oh, it's gonna kick in.
I know, man. It's a cheap trade up here if you're shorting, risking that previous pivot.
Swear to God, if the guy might isn't short some premium up here. Yeah, Spark, how long you been doing those streams, bro?
Trading?
I said,
You
how
said,
long you been doing those streams? 'Cause I was watching you one day.
oh, man, maybe like 2 years off and on. 2 years off and on.
Like, nice.
Yeah, I just keep getting better and better as far as like, what I want to do and defining the edge and simplifying it, because I know in the beginning when I'll be watching my streams from when I started, I'll be like, what the fuck was I thinking? So,
yeah, that's
yeah,
the part that I fucking hate.
yeah, now it's like, all right, cool. Just pick a bias and forget the other side. Because before I'll take shorts and long all day just based on these supply and demand lines. But when the market is trending and you're trying to take the like let's just say it's trending bullish and you keep trying to take supply, it's just gonna burn you. It's just gonna burn capital. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole thing that I'm doing with all the options. Like if I can just get a decent bias, like which honestly right now, like we're above neutral zone, we're back in the green. I should look in long. Like we just opened up neutral. I mean, opening 15, we're above it. That bounce was the opening 15 within like 2 fucking points. So yeah, just have a good bias and fucking go with it.
Yeah. You're gonna catch a good trade. Like you just stick with that shit. The hard part is being patient for your setup to come in again. Like I seen these shorts, right? Like because we're at supply, but I just told myself once we cross that 15-minute 200 moving average, forfeit all shorts and just be a part of the bullish move. Because if this is trending, we're gonna make a higher high. Even though that short looks sweet, right? It's just if this shit wicks, you're trapped, you're done. My stupid ass would just keep adding.
It looks like one of those. Like this looks like it wants to kind of build up here, then take out the opening range low, and then just fucking do nothing.
Yeah.
That's 411. Like we tipped it at 8:30 and 9:39 your time. But
There's some volatility coming in too. What's this shit?
It's a good time.
You trade like just full time, Kev, or you gotta?
No. Just off today, so I'm already drinking. Got some drinks. I got lunch, margaritas after lunch, golf.
That's awesome.
Fucking yeah, brother.
I'm the head of the Liddy committee. We gotta make it happen.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey,
how we doing?
Losing money, but it's okay.
Yeah, for real. Losing.
Yo, Kev, I think you said something last week that I read that changed my I would never really respect a daily loss limit, and I think you wrote something where you're like, yeah, man, it's all right to lose money, but as long as you have a daily loss limit, it protects you against yourself. Yeah. Man, I've been applying that shit. because I automatically, yeah, it's like I automatically just lock myself because I'm good at like, you know, I have a decent success rate, but when I go on tilt, dude, I go full tilt.
Huh? Oh yeah.
So the daily loss limit, the daily loss limit taps me on the shoulder and say, "You're done for the day, boss. Get off the trading desk."
Dude, like I already know if I'm taking trades outside of like my overnight shit that I set up, like I'm already technically at my limit because opening range, jolts, and then whatever else I can catch after that, maybe a mean reversion. So I'm looking at 4 to 5 trades in the whole day. And if I'm taking more than that, like that puts me at a 6R, you know, I'm risking 30 points a trade. That gives me a defined limit. And I know for a fucking fact that whenever I start getting into that micro scalping, oh, here's a little thing, here's a whatever, like you're totally outside of your plan. And, you know, I can burn 20 grand in a day with the best of them. And it's just fucking, you can't be doing that.
Yeah. It happens so fast, too. You're like one trade.
So you got to be confident, fucking confident enough to kill yourself.
Mm-hmm.
How's everybody doing this morning?
I'm green 200. Just trying to wait
Nice.
for another decent setup.
I got smacked down. Yeah. I'm down 3 entries right now.
I'm down 3 right now, but I'm long.
Nice. Trying to get in there with you, maybe up here, risking this little pivot they created. Maybe risking 535. I'll get in at like 550s. If this market wants to pull back, not giving me an entry at all. It's running. Oh my god. I'll be back, guys. Yo, I think I might take this little green wedge entry over here, guys. Risk 40 bucks. I hate this fucking supply entry. I can't believe I didn't gun it down there. But see if I get it.
You long up here again?
I'm trying to get in. I'm not in yet. Trying to get in for like the 50s, half numbers. See if they hold 50 and just risk the previous pivot. You need to pull back decent enough for me to like, you know, I want to just rush in this shit. Like let the market come to me, and if I miss it again, I'll just shut down, bro. I definitely don't want to like take a trade at the highs of where these wicks are, because if you look to the, like, this is my supply area, so, but I'll take a trade here and see if the bulls can push to the 1 hour supply. You got a green on green, right?
Yeah, it's testing that 88% level right now.
Yeah.
Just below it.
Yeah, they're wicking down here. I'm probably not gonna get my fill. That's so close. I have my shit at 51. All right, here we go. Immediately, that's the fucking bullshit candle. Jesus Christ. That's the fucking candle. Yeah, we're not wicking. Wick out of there, buddy. Let me get stopped.
That's one of those ones. I can't go long because I'm trading into a lower high. I couldn't.
Yeah, I said I
long.
like shorts up here. I did say I like shorts up here earlier.
Yeah, it's a great area to short previous, what you call it, and then if we made lower lows, right? Shit is clean.
Well, I have a supply area up here, like across the board.
All right, I'm in. I was green, so I've moved my stop to break even. They just took me out. I should have just left my entry, my stop. All right, boys, I'm up 205. I don't know if I want to take one more shot here. Keep trade risking these lows. I missed it. Damn it, bro. Took pennies out of that and that shit worked.
Sometimes that shit happens.
Yeah, I know, and I don't want to overtrade. Let me see how much commission. $15 in commission today, 60%, up 205. Fuck it. We'll shut down with that. There you go, LMD. Yesterday was down 266. Took one trade, money zone entry. Got it down to negative 150. Today we're up 205. Try to keep doing that, bro. Yeah, that was my first day, I think, that I accepted a losing day without feeling crazy. And I had my protection, right? Like I'm doing this thing Vega where I automatically lock out at 520, bro. Negative 520, shut it down, because like I can easily make 200, 300, maybe even $500 a day. But to make one trade blow an account, bro, I'm when enough is enough.
That's what I was talking to LMD about earlier. Basically, as soon as I came in here, I said that when we trade these prop accounts, if you can avoid the one blow up loss and just accept the fact that it's a losing trade,
yeah,
you know, because it's never multiple trades that blows up, you know, a funded account. I've said it before.
Yeah, it's always one.
It's always the one, and the reason why it's always the one is because you get into the trade, you think it's gonna work, it's not working, you scale in, still not working. It comes back down to your entry because now you're averaged in, but now you think the trade's actually working for you, and it's really not. It's just making a lower high or a higher low depending on which position you're taking, and then it goes against you again, and you keep re-adding, and then you eventually blow up. And then it always seems like as soon as you get blown up is when the actual shift happens.
100%. It's 100%. Like, it's like, damn. It's like, yo, I was right about that trade, right? But yeah, you just sized in too much. So I wrote down, there's only 4 things that blow up an account, bro. Over trading, oversizing, not taking your stops, and not taking your setup. You do any of those, only one really is going to blow you up, not taking your stop. So if you oversize and you don't take your stop, kaboom. If you overtrade and you don't take your stop, just a matter of time, kaboom. If you don't take your setups and you don't take your stop, that's even worse. Like you're not even fucking taking your edge, kaboom. So the main point here is always take your stops. And even if you take MNQs and you oversize, at least you don't blow the account. But then it was like, okay, well then how do I stop trading for the day if I keep doing the wrong thing, right? Like you keep oversizing, you're not taking your setups, and you over trading. Well, if you keep taking your stops, hopefully you don't hit your daily loss limit fast. But if you do hit your daily loss limit, that's it. It's like you have to make that your boss that taps you on the shoulders and says, you're not performing like an Olympian. Get off the desk. Have an early day off. You know, go to the beach. Go to the gym. And as funny as this may sound, it's crazy how traders just want to trade all day, but we trade to actually buy back time. And
yeah, the saying is do you trade to live or do you live to trade?
Right? Oh man, here goes the move, bastards. So yeah, it's like if you get an opportunity to have an early day because you hit your daily loss limit, you should be happy about that. You should be happy about the fact that you don't have to sit on the screen to hit your profit target anymore. You fucking have an early day. Imagine working 8 hours a day and the boss is like, yo, you did 2 hours, you can go home now. You'd be happy. Damn it.
Yeah, you'll be. The problem is that it's such a psychological thing when you know, like, for instance, like for me when I trade when I trade futures, I actually statistically have a higher success rate than when I trade equities, which is really interesting because I prefer trading equities. But I have a better, and the reason why I have a better win rate in futures than what I do in equity is because when I trade equities, I trade for D move. Versus when I trade futures, I trade for, I scalp a lot more, and I'm not willing to give back because I understand that the market. I understand that futures it's a balanced construct. What I mean by that is that when you're trading the ES, you're trading 500 you're trading 500 vehicles. You're not trading one company. So it's easier for me to find where the next move is going to be in futures versus individual names, but the payout on individual names is much better because I know that the move is going to be there, but I take more losses on equities versus futures. The only thing that ever stops me from trading futures well is when we do that thing that we talk about where it's the one trade. It's always, it's never, it will never be, because I hate to say it because it sucks to say, but it's kind of good to say at the same time because I expect a lot of people to say it, but I beat the market. Like I beat the market statistically. My win rates in futures when I'm scalping, it's 72-77%. When I'm sitting there scalping, but when I get that one day where it's like, oh, I don't want to accept this loss, or maybe I want to add into this position because my bias is so strong, it just takes one. So that 77% win rate that I have gets absolutely blown out of the water by the 23% losing because that one loss, it takes away the whole 77%.
Yeah, but you still, that's the crazy thing. You still over 50%. Like you said, it's just that one big ass trade.
It's always.
It skews everything.
It's always the one trade, and in these prop firms, it's like if you can just avoid, and you can set your ego aside, and what I'm saying I'm referring to me as well. But if you can set your emotions aside and just accept the fact that, hey man, today's just not my day, or even if you were to say, like, let's say you have a max loss of, when I was doing the scalping thing, where I was just taking the move, my max loss was I think it was like $100 was my max loss on the day, but I was making $300-$400 on the, because I was doing LMD type scalps where as soon as the move goes in my favor, I'm pushing my bracket down, my I'm trailing it immediately.
But
so
so this was what I used to like grapple with in terms of accepting a daily loss limit. I never really knew what that number was that I was okay with, right? Like if I lose $100, I'm not okay with that. I don't care about the $100 loss. I want to get back in this market. So I couldn't accept that as a daily loss limit. Then I moved it to like 360, bro. Couldn't accept that as a daily loss limit because I'm like, I can come back from 360. And this is where it becomes like a fine balance. Yes, you can come back from 360, but can your account actually take a bigger daily loss limit was like the question that you had to really fight with, or that I had to really fight with. And the answer was yes. So I moved it up to 520. I want it to be 500, but just 520 just in case, you get a little wiggle room. But I know now that that's 10% of a $5,000 daily drawdown, right? Like maximum loss limit, which isn't the greatest risk management that you can have, but it gives me enough room to play in the market. So if we are so good that we don't really lose much, but when we're off, we can't let that one trade or that one day blow up the account, which is fine. Yeah. So since we don't really lose much, if I lose a trade, all right, there goes 180. There goes another trade, there goes 250. There goes another trade, there goes 3. Now I'm like, you know what? Take your setup, right? Like if I wasn't doing the right thing, if I was oversizing or whatever, right? And anything I do that is off my rules accelerates that move. I mean, my losses to that daily loss limit. But if I hit 520 and I can honestly not undo it, right? Like, because if you have the the addiction part is, man, I hit my daily loss limit, let me go undo that shit. But with Top Step, you can't. Like, you're locked out until the next trading day.
Yeah.
On many of these other platforms, you can't undo it. So I was like, you know what? You got to fight that part. Like, even though you want to undo it, remember tomorrow you're gonna make more money. And yeah, man, like you said, man, if you could just. So, anyways, instead of making, I can't do 100. I don't know how the hell you traded.
No, bro. I was doing good. That's the thing. Like I was actually, that might have been the best trading I've ever done. And it's not the most that I've made by any means. Because you know, with this market, I had to drop down to MES. But it is the best, most, and that's what I'm gonna do when I fund. I just need one more $1,500 a day, which hopefully I get some IEs to really, you know, give me a good wallet pad into tomorrow. But it is the way that I traded scalping like that, because you got to remember when I was doing that, my stops were like $20 stops. I was using $20, $40 stops, and the reason why I did it that way was because I was managing risk a lot better. And I also what I like to go by is you know, we know that if you have a 50K, you really have a $2,000 account. I didn't want to risk 200 because then that's 10%. So I was risking essentially 5% of the account with the 100. But not only was I doing that, it was more of a psychological thing where it's like, all right, well, if I'm down $100 on the day, like tomorrow I can make that back. The problem is the issue that here's what I think a good stop loss is, a max daily stop. To me, a good max daily stop is if you give back 3 gains, 3 days of gains. If you give back 3 days of gains, I think that that's automatic. So like, let's say a normal day, you're making, you know, 300 a day. To me, a max stop is really 900 then, because if you're making 300 a day, you know, and you lose 900 in one day, that you gave back 3 days, and I think that you just cut it from there. The problem with doing that is it gives you have to wallet pad your essentially your prop account. You have to build your account in order to use that type of stop, because if you don't and you have a 50K account, which is only 2K, you're already down almost half your account. So you can't really do that. Now in equities, when you have your own, you know, brokerage account, you can, or even if you have NinjaTrader or whatever and you're trading your own money, you can do that depending on how much money you have. You can utilize that type. But with these prop firms, you really can't do that type of thing because you're constrained to a certain amount before your account fully blows up. And so that's why, you know, the $100, I kid you not, it is the best trading that I think I've ever done is when I did that strategy. It was the best in my opinion, and I'm talking about, you know, trading equities, trading. I think I traded futures the best when I gave myself a $20 stop. As soon as I was right on the position, which I was right 77% of the time, I was trailing that motherfucker. Just like how LMD trails, I was trailing that shit so heavy. And when I would get those flush outs, I would put my trailing on the 50% retracement of it. And as it kept failing, then the full flush out becomes the trailing stop. And I just kept moving it down. And a $20 risk would turn into like a $120 profit.
Yeah, that's killer. That's killer. I mean, when you get that experience, bro, and you can capitalize on it, like, that's fucking just clutch, because you got something that basically, like, your emotions will never get triggered if you just lose $100 and you're like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna have an early day. Like, you're not gonna lose sleep behind that shit. You're not even gonna be afraid to take the trade.
You know? I mean, dude, I had because, you know, Top Step X lets you do the. I know NinjaTrader does. No, you can do like brackets across like all platforms. I don't know how to do NinjaTrader brackets. Like, I don't know how to set it up, but Top Step X, you know, it's really clear. It gives you your risk and your reward. And I would put my shit at like $20, and it's like I don't care if I lose $20 on a trade, because I usually when I put the trade on, it would be at pivot points. So like, let's say a lower high, and I'm risking the high of the previous pivot, or a higher low, and I'm risking, or like a double bottom, stuff like that is what I was trading, and I would just put the stop right under where it was like 20, maybe sometimes it's 30, 40, but for the most part, a lot of my stops were just $20, and I would sit there and make, you know, like, let's say I got stopped out, my very next trade, I'm up again because I had made 60, you know, and now I'm back in the green. You would have to take 5 consecutive losses, risking $20 in order for you to be done for the day if you're doing 100. And that's kind of what I was doing. And it's the best trading I did. And it sucks that I blew that account up or those accounts up because I was trading multiples. Because like I said, that was the best trading I've ever done. And I probably the part that sucks is because I am gonna do live trading. The part that sucks is because it's really I'm really scalping. Like I'm scalping the leg. Like I'll just take the next leg down and then I'm trailing it kind of LMD style. And the thing that sucks about that is when I do the live recordings, it's like there's gonna be like 35 trades that I would have to talk about. Like it's gonna be fucking annoying to do that. Or like, you know, I'd have to cut it in an aspect where, you know, I'm only in trades for like 2-3 minutes and I'd have to just cut, I guess, each, you know, thing like that. But LMD, I know you were trying to say something and we kept cutting you off.
Oh, one thing though, you was talking about the brackets on Ninja Trader. You trade the chart, right? Trade the DOM.
I trade charts.
I think either one of them though. Let me see. I'm opening it up right now. Where it says like ATM strategy. You just create your brackets right there, and then let me see. And you can make brackets for whatever you want.
Like I could sit there and put, hey, I want to risk $20.
Oh
So
yeah.
I think it's based on
ticks though. Ticks, yeah.
Yeah, and it's 4 ticks to a point.
Okay.
So then you just got to figure out. So like when I first started, I made a spreadsheet that like said 20 ticks is 5 points and blah blah blah. Now I just know how many ticks it is, but I also have like, so for my ATMs, here I'll screenshot just so you can kind of see. And for me, it works now because on my Thinkorswim chart, it's telling me how many points. And then, so like for you, 1 point is what, $5?
Yeah.
So then you know, like
that's 4 points.
Exactly. Or no, so 4 points will be $20.
Yeah, exactly. That would be my stop.
Yeah, because it's not. So I don't have mine listed as ticks. I have it listed as points.
Yeah.
On my ATM, and I made. I'm trying to pull it up real quick. I made brackets just for a shitload of them. Hey, there it is. Hey, when I'm trying to screenshot and this damn thing don't be wanting to match up. So this what my bracket thing look like. A lot of them I don't even use. I could probably delete them. Because I definitely don't be going like with a 1R risk.
Yeah, because like I said, I might end up having to I might do the take profit too with the top step just because of the payout structure on that shit. So it's like I might have to do that, and then I just got to determine which account do I want to trade NY and which account would I want to do the overnights. And I think I would do the Top Step X overnights, and then take profit for New York. And the only reason why I say that is because I can't, like, I trade a lot on my tablet at night because I'm in the room with my wife. So, you know, I won't be able to do like Ninja Trader on my tablet and shit like that.
And the one thing, that's what I was going to say when I was mentioning it. The one thing with take profit that I didn't mention is, so in the eval, it's an end of day trail.
Oh yeah.
And once you go pro, it's a live trail. So, and I don't think it's going to affect you because you locking in profit as you go.
Yeah.
A lot of people, they swing for the fences once they get into pro. And let's say you up $1,000 and you let it come back and you make $500. You just ate up $500 of your threshold.
Wow.
And it does that until you get above your threshold.
So so you then the goal is to scalp. You got to scalp in the beginning.
Exactly.
Until you get over your buffer. Once you over your buffer, it never trails you again. But what people do is early on, like the one dude who I be following, this joker was up $1,000. He let it come back. He made 500. It ate up 1,500 of his buffer. The next day, he went into the market with $1,500 worth of buffer, and then he blew that shit up. He just kaboomed it. But it was because he ain't paying attention to the damn buffer. So as long as you, he was playing gold.
Oh yeah.
He was playing C straight up, and he was playing NQ straight up. He don't, and that's what everybody in the comments was like, dude, trade MNQ or trade MGC. But everybody want to see that money fast.
Yeah, that's one of the things that also sucks, because I'm not gonna be fucking around with the only time I trade ES at this point in this current market is if the A+ opportunity is there. If there's no A+ opportunity, I don't even bother looking at an ES, because it's like, so essentially what I'm basically saying is it's probably like the fact that I'm gonna be up like, you know, 200, like because I have 5 accounts, I'll be able to say, hey, I made $1,000 a day. But like, if I didn't, it would only be like 200 or whatever, because it's MES or, you know, whatever, the micros. But that's one thing that just sucks about this current market. It's so dangerous to be in a mini versus a micro right now. Yeah, it's so fucking. I mean, if you're on the wrong side of that trade, you know, it's scary. If you're on the right side, you're fucking happy. But then it's like, if you're on the right side, you're also like, do I take this profit now because you see the X amount of gains really fast? You know, that's also the issue. So it's real complicated in this current market environment that we're in, when, you know, we can see, you know, a 3% down move or a 3% up move on any given tweet. You know, it's kind of scary. Like right now, Dakotas is like, I think he's in an actual NQ. Yeah, he is. He's in like 2 NQs, I think. And it's like, bro, I could not do that right now. Like, it's such a scary thing to do in this market, because it takes one tweet, and it doesn't even have to be Trump anymore. It could be Xing or whatever, the guy in China. It could be him coming out with something about tariffs. You know, that becomes, because it's not just a Trump thing anymore. You know, the 2 main factors talking about tariffs is China and obviously Trump, the US. So it's like, you have 2 people currently that can shift the market based on tariff news, and they both like to yap. So it's real scary.
Really interesting thing.
Yeah,
yeah, for you to be able to do that 100 scout, 100 lockout or daily loss on the scalp during the time that you did it too, when the market was like 80 fucking points of ATR.
Yeah.
That was fucking nuts.
Yeah, and I was bro, it's the best. Like, I kid you not, like I trade equities and all that stuff, and that was probably the best trading I have done in terms of, not in terms of like I said, in terms of gains, it's not even close. But in terms of the risk management and understanding, just taking the move right in front of you, it was the best, and hands down probably the most fun I had trading, because I was literally like, I mean, I would lose like 2 or 3 trades. One trade makes those 3 trades back, because I'm only down $60 at that point. I nail one trade, I'm back to flat. I nail another one, I'm up like 120. Nail another one, I'm up 200. And you know, at that time, I think I had like 3 accounts, or 4 accounts.
Yeah,
so I was making like 800.
I feel like with this, with these prop firms, you kind of have to have that kind of approach, because I mean, not always, right? Your edge is your edge. Any edge can work, but with the like $2,000 limit, or the, you know, like my I always like bigger accounts. You know me, bro. I just need that room because of the way that, you know what I mean. I'm trying to catch a pullback, then I'm getting in, and if the shit keeps pulling back, I don't mind. But I have like, okay, this is enough. Like I'll get out. But now with this new edge I have, bro, this should be talking about giving the market 80 points. 120, like during that time last week, within the last 2 months when the volatility was insane, at a demand, this shit would be talking about giving the market 150 points. The trade would work. It would hit 1R, but dude, like the fuck, on one trade. So it was kind of like during that time, my edge would work. But you couldn't do that shit with a 2,000, with a 2K account. And then you couldn't even do that with with profit traders. Bro, like
the trailing drawdown.
yeah, the daily one, like if you're not above the threshold, it's a really, really tricky situation. Like, and then it triggers my emotions. Like, I'm like, fuck, yo, I only got $600. I think I had like $666 worth of threshold one time. And I'm like, well, I guess this is the last trade. I'll have to blow this shit up. It worked. It worked. The trade worked. But like, I didn't deal with the pullback, right? Like that trade, I think, was the last time that I got over the threshold. And I was like, fucking hey, yo. So everybody has like every prop firm has like their got tos. And it sucks because like you have to kind of adjust and tweak your edge for it. But yeah, dude, I think that scalping momentum in this market and cutting, like keeping risk really, really tight, it's so easy to pass.
Oh and yeah, then, I mean, the thing is like, so in my opinion, the hard part of these prop firms, like if you're trading like, you know, Top Step and any other, I think the hardest part is just getting through the combines because you want to get paid, so you rush through the process. That's always the hardest part, at least for me, because I don't like sitting here like, dude, if Top Step didn't have that 2 stupid day rule, I'm already up 1,500. Risk would be on for me right now. This account would be funded today, 100%. Because of the wallet pad I already have on this account. But because they have it as a 2-day, you know, it's a problem. And I can't go to Apex because Apex is absolutely fucking dog shit. With their little payout structures and shit. I'm never trading on that prop firm again. That prop firm's fucking ass. I have to fight for my shit. But you know, I wish that Top Step had that where it was a 1 day, you know, and you pass versus the 2 days. But I know why they do that shit. Everyone knows why. You make half of it, you want to make the other half the next day, you risk blowing up, you know, and that's why they do it like that. But I do it the smart way. What I do is, let's say like I'm halfway done here today, you know, I hit the 1,500. What I do is I wallet pad. I start wallet padding until 500, and then when I get to 500 is when I start adding real risk onto the second day, because it's real easy to make $1,000 when you're trading ES. And especially when you already are up 500, you know, you put three ESs on, and I think all you need is like 5 points, 6 points or something like that, and boom, you're done for the day. Like, and you get your account. So, you know, that's my main goal over this overnight tonight is hopefully, you know, the market can give me good IEs, and I'm talking about like 15-minute inefficiencies, 5-minute inefficiencies are usually really good. And then I can utilize those to start really exponentially getting this account funded, because I want to get this shit out the way so I can just record my YouTube videos live.
Yeah. Market looks like it's about to take a shit, boys. Rejected the 1 hour supply again.
Yeah, we kind of rejected previous day highs on QQQ and on SPY. It kind of formulated a double top, and now we're getting kind of consistent lower highs and lower lows. So I think that good chance we had a bit lower. What's PLTR doing then? PLTR has so much strength, it's disgusting. I went to the gym, I came back, and that shit was above previous day highs. I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm not fucking with this shit. I think the short bear shorted too, by the way, but he's looking for a macro short. So he's currently probably more than likely underwater right now. No, Dakota's is up 2,600. Dude, they have this one guy who took like a $400,000 payout at Top Step.
Yeah.
That guy's a beast.
Broke the record for us, yeah.
Yeah, he's a fucking beast. He has a Twitter account. I don't follow him though, but sometimes he'll pop up on my shit. I'm like, yo, this guy, he's legit. That's one of the like legit top people. Cause I, you know, like some of these guys on the top on the leaderboards, I'm like, you know, but that guy, he actually legit. Like he posts like legitimate things on his Twitter and everything. So I kind of fuck with him. I don't follow him because I got to give it time before I give somebody a follow. But from what I'm seeing is he's a legit trader. He's probably the most legit guy on Top Step, and he's #1 for a reason. I'm not a huge like Dakota. Like a lot of people like worship him in the fucking inside like the Top Step. Like if you on the Top Step YouTube thing right now, everyone's like, oh my god, the GOAT Dakota. I'm sitting here like, bro, what the fuck? Like no, bro, he's not really like that. I mean, he's okay, but
Dakota has like a 30% win rate, and the thing about Dakota that I think a lot of people just gravitate to, but they don't really understand, is they just like the P&L. But
yeah,
that dude is disciplined as shit. He will take $2,000 losses and $5,000 to $10,000 fucking wins.
yeah,
and like not bat an eye, bro. He'll take 5 more contracts on the next trade, and he does NQ. He's but his account size is good enough to do that. So
yeah, and I mean it also helps when I mean, I don't know. The thing is bro, I think that he gets I don't know if I would say under the table money, but he has to get some sort of money for the amount of screen time that he gives Top Step.
Get down.
He has to. Like there's no way. So he probably is paid. He's probably getting paid some sort of like salary-esque thing, and he already has a decent account. So it's like he can afford to sit there and really because he knows he's gonna get paid. Yeah.
Coaches are contracted, so yeah. I don't think it's anything crazy, but they're contracted, and
still, man. I mean, having a salary, bro. Having a salary like that, and especially doing something you love, right? Like trading.
It helps the psychology part.
Yeah, it helps. I mean, if you're getting paid a salary and you're getting paid your money to go ahead and day trade, and you're making money and you're decent at it, bro, it makes trading so much easier.
Yeah, but he definitely. I think he has he plays support resistance levels, and he uses that tick chart to like the way I use the Heikenaichi to determine when the market was going to shift sentiment. The way you use the level 2 to see an exchange to determine they're about to shift sentiment. He just uses the tick chart, and I'm like, how in the fuck do you pick these? Bro, that shit be moving so fast, bro. Do you remember when we used to trade that shit? It's legit though. That tick chart is serious. If you really want to scout, talk about the accuracy or the early entries you get with the 1 minute LMD. That tick chart would probably give you like super early entry. Take you out a lot of times too.
What's up?
Oh, what up, Cash?
How you doing, gentlemen?
How's that payout, boy?
Bro, I couldn't figure it out last night, so I didn't do it.
You couldn't figure out the payout mechanism?
Because you said it had to be. I let the day refresh to see if
the report.
What's it called? Yeah, the report refreshed to see if they had it there in the home screen. But no, so I'm like, I'll just ask you tomorrow.
Should have been there by 6 o'clock, like the latest. Should have.
But it's supposed to be on the home screen.
Payout button.
Yeah.
I believe so. Let me see. You log in. Guys, where's the payout button on the platform? You have to go to another tab, or?
Are you asking me, or are you asking?
You for Top Step.
For Top Step, it's easy. You just log in. Let me log in real quick.
It should be there.
Yeah, so you go on your dashboard. Hold on, I gotta fully log in. It's hella easy though to request the payout. Do you have multiple accounts or just one?
Multiple.
Okay.
But I'm thinking about just doing two at a time.
All right, so you go to payout request. So you click on your name, your profile name. You go to payout request.
Oh yeah, like in the settings.
And then once that loads up, it usually takes a little bit for some reason. Once that loads up, since you have multiple accounts, there's gonna be a tab, and each of your accounts have a different ID. You got to go through all your IDs. So you'll essentially, let's say you request your payout for your first account, your leading account. Request that payout, refresh your page, click the tab, switch to your other ID, which will be in the same spot, but you got to switch the account. and then request that payout and keep doing that.
Cool.
But it takes so fucking long to load. I'm trying to make sure. Yeah, so
I click my name and then.
Yeah, so you click your profile name at the top right where it says like resources, and then it should say your profile name and then start a combine. You click that, you click payout request, it'll lead you to your payout tab. It usually takes a while to load. And then where it gives you your balance, right? And it should say like 50% or whatever. It should also be another link where it has your ID, where you click down, you click on the tab, and it'll give you all your other accounts, but you can only do them one by one. So you request that your first, accounts payout, then refresh your page, request the second one, the third one, and so on and so forth.
Cool.
That's how you do that.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
How long did it take for the first one from Topstep?
Dude,
Like, they had to verify your identity and everything, no?
Yeah, I mean, when I requested my payouts, they take I would say, like, if you request it now, you'll probably get it by tomorrow. Like, you won't get the payout, you'll get the confirmation.
opportunities, especially around like 3:30. But
I used to hate when LMD told me he traded that night. I'm like, man, that shit too slow. But I ain't gonna lie, when the market was doing 80 ATR 1 minute candles, that was the safest time to trade, brother.
That was the safest time. It was basically the New York session just overnight, and then the New York session was like fucking insane. It was like 5 New York sessions in one.
Yeah, man. Yeah, dude, that shit was insane. And even the nighttime price action was like 30, 40 point ATRs sometimes when it really wanted to get crazy.
You get, dude, there's some crazy ass overnight moves. Like there are, like on futures, like because the news comes out, you know, because of China and shit like that, and you had for instance, like you had the DeepSeek one, that was insane. When DeepSeek happened, that was fucking one of the craziest overnight sessions I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, that's when it crashed Nvidia.
Yeah, the market was like down like 7%.
It's what started. It's not what started this. It made it go worse. No?
They took Nvidia out.
It was before the tariffs or after?
It was before tariffs. DeepSeek was way before tariffs.
For sure.
That shit was. I think
yeah.
Like last March or April or some shit when DeepSeek happened. Yeah, I can Google. When did DeepSeek? Yeah, I think so because that's what Lance Bryceline did a whole thing on it. When did DeepSeek happen? It was July. Wait, no, that wasn't July. This is cap. When did DeepSeek market happen?
The big thing with the drop was that DeepSeek V3 came out, which they showed they had way better efficiency than OpenAI. And so then everybody's like, dude, we're wasting billions on all these chips when we don't need them. These guys are using cheap ass chips.
That's the thing about startups and valuations. Like when a startup is the first or the leader in an industry or sector, they can make up fucking evaluations. Like, hey, it's gonna cost us, you know, like blah 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 to kind of move this technology forward. And if you're an angel investor or a VC that decides like, you know, I just want to get in, you know, $50 million ain't shit to you. They do a couple of rounds, put 10 VCs in that shit. They're up like, you know, billions of dollars. And you know, this other Asian company comes out and they're like, bro, I can do this shit for like 10 cents. It's like,
exactly. It fucks everything up. Bro, that was one of the most insane overnight sessions I have, because it was, and I remember because I ended up going to like an Italian restaurant, like a really nice one, and I pulled out my phone and I was watching it because it started at we had gap down a little bit, and like the gap just kept getting bigger and bigger, and I'm like, yo, we're probably not gonna fill this fucking gap. And we just kept flushing and flushing. I was like, yo, this is fucking insane. And it literally started at 6 p.m. We started out with a gap down. We had a rebid, and I think we hit the 50% retracement on that flush out. And then we just kept on flushing the whole night. I was like, dude, there is no bid in sight. It was insane.
Bro, that's crazy. Because if you're actually like on social media and you see like, yo, this AI came out, you could have.
Oh yeah, you could
have been on like right on time with the market.
Yeah, you could have. It was one of those things, and honestly, it sucks that I didn't even take the trade because I had Express accounts at that time. It sucks that I didn't even take the shorts because it was really noticeable because the liquidity was, I trade overnight, and there's more liquidity in ES obviously than NQ overnight, and the spread was so outrageous that I was sitting there like, dude, this is not normal. Like the spread is not normal. The liquidity's down. Which essentially means that there's no bid, and it just flushed out after flush out after flush out. It was insane. It was one of the most insane overnight sessions.
That like the VC game and the angel, that's like the stock market for them. When they get they lick, it's like penny stocks. When a penny stock pops, get the fuck out, or else you're gonna be holding the bag. So whoever was holding the AI market. In its early stages, when Nvidia started roaring, I mean, and that shit roared, bro. It went from what, like $80 all the way up to like past 500. Did it hit 1,000 before the split?
Bro, you had, bro, listen, all the signs were
Yeah.
there. All the signs on Nvidia and these chips, all the signs were there. You had Jensen coming out like Tony Stark signing bitches boobs and shit. Like it was all there. Like when you start seeing the CEO of a company signing women's boobs and him having the starlight, and you're seeing the stock surge fucking
That's when
80
you sell, bro.
80 times its EPS. Like, yeah, that's kind of telling you, like, dude, this is way too much and way too overdone. And you know that's when I posted a YouTube video talking about if this happens, the whole stock market's gonna crash. And I did that a year ago, and I was talking about the semi names throughout the whole market. As soon as that shit was to rotate down, the whole market's gonna rotate down, and it ended up fucking happening.
I'm about to post you my. He was asking about like my.
Oh God! Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You had a blue chart.
This is the rules for my like first candle to make a new high setup. So if I was sending my course to somebody, like that's the rules for that first candle to make a new high. Mark, when your ass was in Vegas, did that shit mess with your lips? Did that shit chap the shit out your lips?
My lips. What the fuck are you talking about? What happened to your lips?
Like just the air, like caused you to have fucking dry lips.
Nah, cuz.
Hey, nah, bro. You got LMD, you got something else, bro. You gotta go see a doctor, brother. What the hell?
Nah, I ain't fuck around this time.
You paid the wrong woman.
I think it was because of the wind. It was so windy, but the dry air got my allergies jacked up. We all had to buy chapstick on the golf course. That shit was ridiculous.
I went to the desert once. It was the coolest experience. We did dune buggies in the desert, and bro, they had fucking all types of jets flying. I don't know. I don't think it was Area 51, but it was some air base out there that, like, I got to see. Oh, okay, man, we got to see some. Yeah, we got to see some cool ass planes, bro. The A-10, the F-22.
You know what's crazy about you talking about these planes is, LMD, you ever been to Lakeland?
Down there?
Yeah, you ever been to Lakeland?
Nah, Lakeland Air Force Base.
Bro, I'm sitting there. Me and my wife are sitting at. It happened maybe a week ago. We're sitting having some Cold Stone ice cream, and we're hearing a roaring sound, bro, just flying above us. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is that? And so we get up and we're starting to go to the car. There is 2 F-22 fucking jets gunning, bro, just doing crazy ass tricks and shit. I'm like, yo, this is some crazy ass shit. And the roar is so, dude, it's so crazy. Like, to hear that shit live and that close. Yeah, it's insane. And it was 2 of them. It was 2 of them things.
I almost lost my mind when I saw the AC-130. I was like, no way, bro. Not the angel of death out here. Like, what?
Nah, bro, the stealth bomber's where it's at. When you see one of those things, that's just where
I didn't see that. I didn't see. They ain't let that one go. Probably still trying to hide that, but
yeah, you don't see that one at all, bro. That's just, I think that's above like the stratosphere type shit. Like it's like damn near close to space, and it drops bombs. That's just like really, really fucking high up. The stealth bomber's insane.
What's up with the market?
I'm bullish, bro. That candle that they just fucking snapped from, lows of 500 psychological number. That's too big. That's too much risk for me to take, and it looks like it might break the trend line to the downside. So I think we might rotate back up, but they fucked it up with that candle. That's too big.
Bro, I got the 5,000 ticks. I don't even know what this is comparable to.
TikTok trader. 5,000.
You guys were talking about it.
Well, the one
that shit goes up to 50,000 feet. The stealth bomber.
Damn.
Yeah, right.
The
like stratosphere.
Yeah.
There goes that move. The 1,000, I think, is equivalent to what, LMD? The 2 minute, 1 minute, 2 minute?
Nah, like a 5 minute.
The 1,000 tick chart?
There's no way.
Yeah, nah, dude. Nah, you wildin', boss. The 1,000 tick chart we talking about.
That shit, bro. That's seconds. I'm telling you. Like the
No, it's not
2000
seconds.
looks like the two.
I used to trade that shit. Like it felt like every candle was like a minute or 2 minutes.
Put that chart to your left. Probably maybe because we have more volume now. But put one of them tick and put one of them regular, and you're gonna see that a 5,000 or a 2,000 does not look like a 2 minute.
Let me see. Let me see. I got a tick chart set up here. I'm about to jump into it. I think the tick is down here. This is the 1,000 tick chart, and I have the 1 minute above me. So let me see. Take off this hike.
Yo, it costs $2 billion to make one stealth bomber, for what it's worth.
That's it.
That's it, bro. That's the most expensive plane. $2 billion for one.
Yeah, you might be right, bro. It's 30 seconds. It looks like 30 seconds for 1 minute. You might be right. 15 seconds because this 1 minute is still going, and we got 1, 2, 3 candles so far.
Or the 1,000 tick, right?
Yeah, about 15 seconds a candle.
We have an IE on SPY right now.
This bitch is blowing.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we also have a lot of like orders going through. No, do we have increased volume today?
I would have to check something else, but I don't know. You getting those crazy one spikes in here and there, but I don't think so. Let me see something. The daily chart says the daily volume so far, where the average 30 bars was 311,000. Right now, yeah, we're at 636,000 on a daily. Oh, this is a 4 hour, my bad. Yeah, on a daily it's 2 million average 30. Right now we're doing 980, 47% of the 30-day average bar. So no, not really. But on this 4 hour, yes, we're doing 200% more than the average 30 bar during this 4 hour candle. Yeah, you're right. The candle just turned white. It's unusual. We about to break highs, bro.
Think of before Vega when you was asking me like why I don't just take the shit. So I look for things that'll make the trade more reliable. That's the fucking word I was looking for. More reliable. So like taking a long into that lower high is not gonna be more reliable, so I won't take it. If that makes sense.
This shit just squeezed, guys, on a 1 minute. Oh, you know what? I never really looked at the 1 minute chart, bro, to take trades, LMD. I might fuck around with that real quick if I want to scout.
And then you went back to the 2.
Nah, I don't. Yeah, you know what I did when we were trading like last year? I was doing the 1, the 2, the 5. I'm looking at all them shits. Damn, what a rip.
Do you think there's any advantage to trading the tick?
Hell yeah. There's an advantage to trading any time frame. I think you can get into a disadvantage if you start trading everything.
On edge.
Yeah, like if you try to trade everything, you're gonna get confused.
That comes on edge. It comes out to your, do you have some sort of systematic, reasoning, or do you have a discretionary thought behind the reason why you have a trade on a tick? I think anything in regards to time frames and setups and stuff like that, it's just all it's all on what your edge is. Like for instance, like we were talking about the tick because we were talking about the Coda earlier, then he has some sort of edge on the tick. I can't find that edge because I don't like tick charts, but so it's all depending on the trader. That's a discretionary feature.
Yeah, well, my edge on the tick chart is literally my macro edge. 200, 100 moving average. If we get above that shit, take any signals that goes north. And that's about the closest I've ever got to like successfully trade a tick chart. I do like it because it gets you in and it keeps risk super small for me, but I don't know. It's just too much noise sometimes. I'll get out early and the shit still runs. I'm like, fuck. But yeah, I don't know. It's like you said, it's preference.
Y'all was talking earlier, and the thing with us with these prop firms, like we have edge. It's it's that fucking the discipline that kills us in these prop firms.
One day. Yeah.
Because the edge is there. Like, we all have the edge to get paid in these prop firms, which a lot of people don't have. But it's just that fucking discipline that kills us.
Do you think the majority of people don't got an edge?
I think, yeah. So just me watching people on YouTube and like, so I went into RT's chat room last week just hanging out because I wasn't trading really, and just listening to the people talk. Like, they don't have edge. They don't have edge.
I know there's like funded traders that just like have their communities and like they just live stream for everybody to copy trade them. And like, I mean, I guess they don't have an edge, but they're still getting payouts because they're just watching the guy who knows how to do it.
Yeah. This is a guy that I know. I worked with. That's what he does. But he jumps from like edge to edge because he hasn't built one on his own. And when somebody else is, and again, it's not even like you can trade somebody's edge, but if you don't have the discipline, just because they took the trade, one, you're not gonna get in at the same spot, and then two, you definitely not gonna exit at the same spot because your greed factor gonna be different than his. So you got to be a shadow, and most of us not gonna shadow. But yeah, a lot of people that don't have edge, that's what they try to do. Buy one of those.
You call me?
Yeah.
What? Amelia?
Shadowing is one of the most dangerous shit you could do as a trader.
What?
Yeah.
Shadowing.
Let's go teach you.
I think, yeah, hell yeah. I think you're wasting your time trying to, like, if you're trying to do this, you gotta develop your own personal DNA. Because let's say that trader decides to stop trading, you're fucked. You're like, you know what I mean? You left fucking confused. Like, hopefully you learn from like why.
That's monthly income also. All these people paying him.
What'd you say?
That like they don't want to stop because that's their monthly income also.
So why would he stop?
Like trading, like the guy who
knows? A bunch of shit could happen. He could get terminally ill or drop dead, or even fuck. Who cares what happens? But like, it's just not the best way to approach trying to understand this market, because that dude he's human. He might deal with emotions or miscalculating his entries or setups, or like me. I'll take some trades that like yesterday. I took longs where I wasn't supposed to take longs, right? But it worked out, and I just know that it was a 15-minute demand line. 5-minute, 2-minute. So I kind of knew that it would work, but I had to stop out twice before I went long or whatever. Now, if I stop out twice and I call it the third time, you're gonna probably be like, I don't know, dude, just do, you know what I mean? And then it worked. So the point is, every call out you make can be wrong. So why don't you just try to be wrong on your own? Lose money on your own. Figure out your hedge on your own. Trying to get that
in the book.
Oh yeah, like trying to developing your trader DNA is all the book is about.
Like the opposite, how there are people who just watch.
No. I don't got nothing to do with it. Like, I'm not trying to knock nobody's hustles or game. Like, I just think that if you trade, yeah, you're gonna definitely, like, a mentor should be able to teach you like how to avoid shortfalls. Like, hey, let's speed it. You're gonna run into this. You're gonna lose. Let me speed up how you deal with losses. But as far as like losing and getting emotional and going on tilt, that's all on you, boss. You're gonna have to figure out. All right, I took 3 losses. Let me walk. You know what I mean? Like, that's I can't stress enough, man. The people that I took under my belt, I probably only had one real successful case, and that was Vin. But what's his name? Axeman. He has too much baggage. He needed the money, so he would force trades. It was a simple rule. If you see it, anyways, he would force trades. I can't stop that. That's personal. That's his trader DNA. It might literally be his trader DNA. He might be successful at developing that in whatever way. But I could tell him, like, you take that trade against this code, you better take your stop, But yeah, as far as like, not learning an edge, edge is so easy. the hard part is psychology.
Yeah, yeah.
You wasting your time just looking at someone's edge. I mean, like you still gotta. That person leaves the trade and you still in the trade, like because you're greedy. Fucking psychology is hard, bro. All right, I was trying to go and figure out my tick chart situation, but I can't figure it out, so I'm going back to my chart because I'm streaming.
I sort of like that 5,000 tick though. When the wicks, I feel like the wicks that are put in are sort of, actually,
Something's wrong with my tick chart code, so I just like left the shit. But I did like the tick chart, man. I was trying to find the. It's the same thing though, Cash. My 200 moving average. In this new kind of iteration, I used the 200 and the 50 HMA from the 15-minute, and that's it. But previously, it would be the 100 EMA and the 200 SMA on whatever time frame, and you will fuck the market up if you just kind of wait for that condition to be true. The golden cross. But instead of a 50, I use a 100. This is a key level up here, boss. We've been rejecting up here all fucking day. Yeah, we had a range day, dude.
Dude, I had an amazing day.
Yeah? You caught a few fair value gaps?
I knew. I texted you in the morning. It's a scalper's galore or whatever. So because of that, like I don't know, I was able to catch like each side of the range. I was like in tune with the market.
Yeah. And I also think like you maybe you just don't know this, but you rob yourself of the satisfaction of getting it if you just lean on someone's signal.
100%.
See, I think that is not the signal though. Signal, yeah, but like you have to take a course and make it into your own course. I don't think everybody has to try to build their own edge from scratch, but like with your edge, they would need to take your edge and then learn it, and then they could tweak it for their personality. But
yeah,
you have to find your personality. So like the way that you trade is not my personality. So I would never be able to trade your edge.
Exactly.
So that's the first thing, is to learn your personality. And I think that might be clutch. Like trying to come out with something that you answer, like say maybe 10 questions, and it'll tell you what type of trader you want to be. Do you want to be a trader? Can you hold a trade?
Yep.
Or you ones that are itchy, like me? I'm itchy. 1R, 2R, I'm good with that. And like with Jared with Live Traders, he the same way. He was like 1.5 is like my sweet spot. If I can make 1.5 off of each trade, I'm happy. I don't need to see 3 and 5R. And me early on, that's what I learned. Like I can't sit in a trade and watch it give back 2R to go 4R. I want to take that 2R and then I wait on the next trade to make another 2R.
Yeah.
But for a new trader, they have to find their like you said,
how do you know that without experience in the market?
That's why I said it's almost like an emotional thing. You gotta know how what you are. But trading is definitely gonna let you learn that quick.
Well, I think that I came in late. I think that you don't know what you know until you know it when you're trading.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can't. So it's something you have to experience. Like, so my stepdad has a quote, and it's one of my favorite quotes. I talk about it a lot. But he said you could be the smartest person in the room, but as long as you're the youngest person in the room and a person who doesn't have experience, you'll never be the wisest in whatever situation it's in. Like whatever situation you're in. So let's say hypothetically we're talking about stocks. I can be the smartest person in a bull environment. I can be very, very good in a bull environment. And then a bear market comes you're no longer, you know, experienced in that environment. You're the smartest person when it comes to a bull environment, but if you have not experienced a recession or volatility, you're not, you know, you're no longer qualified as someone who's as smart, because it's not your strategy or whatever you were utilizing. It's something you have to experience. Trading is an experience. You can't come into the market thinking that, hey, because, you know, I have a 4.0 GPA and I know about yada yada macroeconomics, you know, there's people with economic degrees and they'll get blown out by a fucking Trump tweet. Like, you can't, you know what I'm saying? You can't expect that type of shit. You know, the volatility that comes into this market. I mean, think of, for instance, I'll give you an example. There's a, what's the guy's name? There's I think it's Capital. I think it's called Capital. It's a hedge fund. They're one of the best hedge funds in the game, and they lost money this year. And they're one of the top hedge funds in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And they lost money. And you know why they lost money? Because fucking Trump's in. You know, they weren't ready to deal with that volatility.
LMD and I had a what I would consider one of the best conversations for I've ever had with any trader, talking about like how a trader will develop their trader DNA. And I mean, like, we broke it down to like almost a science. When you're trading, there's really just a few components. Once you enter, you can only control your stop. How much money is the market going to take from you? You need to determine whether you're good losing $100, $1,000, and whatever that number is, be okay with putting on risk and you know what I mean? Just saying, all right, I don't care what happens with this trade because you can't control the outcome, but I'm willing to at least control that stop. That's one component of your trader DNA. So discovering like what that number is for you is like, let's just say tier 1 of trader DNA. Then the next thing is execution. When you end the trade and that shit pops and you up 2R, are you profit protecting, or are you targeting 3R, 4R, 5R and not giving a fuck if it comes back? And if it does come back, are you the trader that's going to be like emotional if it hits your stop? Will you move your stop to break even? These are all things that you can do to kind of control execution. You just pop to 2R. Simple question. Are you okay with break even or leaving your stop where it is? I personally, I'm not letting you go hit my stop. I'm moving my shit to break even, and now it's a free trade. But I'm also taking one off the table at 2R because I've seen this market do wicked shit, right? And you'll never know how you like to execute until you get that experience, right? Like, there's no, I can't tell you how to do this. And then when you do execute this, you might be like, nah, man, see, that shit went 10R. I could have just held. All right, cool. Next time, hold. See what the market does to you and see if you're okay with letting that shit come all the way back to break even.
That also comes to, you know, every trade has to have a plan behind it. And let's say hypothetically your plan is, oh, I'm going to risk, you know, 1R, 0.5R to make 2R. And then your 2R trades goes 4R, 5R, 6R. You can't sit there and be like, wow, I should have fucking held.
Yeah, exactly.
You traded your plan. So it's all dependent not only on the plan. You know, I'm not a firm believer in the when you said that there's only one thing you can control, which is the risk. In theory, yes, you're right. That is the one thing that you can control. You know, because the market is random. You know, if you go by Trading in the Zone by Michael Douglas, which I own the book. Yes, the market is random, but there are certain setups that indicate an expected value move. And that is when, you know, that's no longer this is the only thing I can control, which is my risk. When there's a high EV move, there's a highly likelihood, while it is still random, you know, something like, for instance, something like a parabolic MSTR, a parabolic Tesla that had capitulated, a parabolic gold which just happened that had a little bit of a capitulation that I traded. You know, these are things that happen in the market that is repeatable. It's a repeatable thing. So when you find it, you know, while yes, the only thing you can theoretically control is the risk in your trade, you can also control the setup that you trade.
Mm-hmm.
And if you wait for these capitulation setups, you know, like an MSTR and a parabolic move for a flush out, a Tesla parabolic move for a capitulation, gold capitulation, things like that, you know, it's not as black and white as just, hey, here's my risk, because I think it also goes into what setup did you take. You know, it goes into that type of thing, because at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters isn't even risk. It's really not. The only thing that matters, because risk doesn't mean nothing. Seriously, risk means absolutely nothing unless you have edge, and that's all that it comes down to.
Of course, if you don't, so like the edge part, like there's so many different variations and so many ways to make money in the market that
Exactly.
like you got to determine what edge speaks to you too, right? So that's like the other section of it, right? Like once you have, like LMD said, the way I trade, he wouldn't be comfortable with it. The way he trade, I hate his entries. Like I love him sometimes because it's like that validation is awesome, but now my risk is something I'm not comfortable with. Where he's like, I don't give a fuck because I'm not going all the way down there anyways. And I'm like, but I have to give it down there, right? Like all this psychological shit goes into your mind, but I have to give it down there, or else the market's going to take my money and then keep going. Because that's been my experience. So LMD's entry mechanism is like the entry part of execution. It's not my DNA. I can't even, like, I try it sometimes and it works a lot of times, but I hate the risk. But yeah, like as a trader, you need to go through it, like you said, experience the market taking back 2R, and then saying to yourself, seeing how many times it does that. Yo, that shit took back 2R 20 times. I would have been green on this account, getting a payout, and then say to yourself, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna just keep doing that. Or change the shit up. Like start taking some off the table.
Yeah, I think like I said, I think everything's edge. I wouldn't even like, you know, that whole thing, like I understand, like I have the trading in the zone book, and that whole concept of, you know, the whole market is random and stuff like that, while it is in the sense of, you know, price action moves however it wants and you can't really control what price action does because you're not an institution. It's also like it's almost like a way to just say, oh well, you know, if I get stopped out, it was just the name of the game. And I don't like that specific thing, because to me it's like there are just certain setups where if you take the setup, the risk is so it doesn't matter, because the probability of it is so high expected in your favor, then I mean obviously you're going to utilize a stop if it hits a stop. But it's like the waiting for those type of moves. Like for instance, I had posted a Jesse Livermore quote, which I own that book too, Reminiscence of a Stock Operator, where he said, and I had quoted it, there's a time to long the market, there's a time to short the market, and there's a time to go fishing. And in this current market that we're in, we're getting good intraday moves, but these are not the type of moves where, you know, you really sink your teeth into and you get an exponential good trade. And you know, it's not high EV. This current market is not a high expected value market, which means that yes, your theory of, oh well, you know, this could be random, you know, here's a head and shoulders pattern, here's my risk, and yada yada, yeah, you can do that on intraday. But when you look at more macro moves and you look at a daily chart, you can tell that the volatility has gone away in this market. And that's what we were really experiencing. And now that that's kind of gone, you know, the expected moves and that kind of stuff, you just have to focus on pattern recognition and kind of good risk reward. But there's just certain scenarios, like I said, there's just certain cases where if you have edge and you notice, you know, these sometimes a parabolic into a capitulation, you know, the EV on that is so high that if you have that edge and you understand what you're looking at, that's what's important. The risk is not important, the edge is.
Yeah, so like if the trader has edge, and then they execute, right? Like they still have to develop some sort of trader DNA. They can have an edge, like for example, my edge is supply and demand, but and then squeezes, right? And I only do that if X is true, above or below, green on green, red on red, right? The trader can create whatever edge they want and then create like that high probability, but executing is a whole nother, like that's the psychological part. Whether you are okay with the stop and okay with like the market giving you your move, you got your move, but did you execute greed well, or are you still staying in there and giving back 2 3 4 R? Are you profit protecting when you execute, or are you like going for the target? And then you got to be comfortable with the results. If you're going for the targets, go for the targets. But if the market pulls back, and how are you going to handle that? Are you going to like move your stop to break even and make it a free trade, or are you going to like keep your original stop because you're still going for your target? Like, you know what I mean? Like the edge is one component. Yeah, you got that. But to develop your trader DNA, you need to actually go through some experiences that the market's going to give you. Like you need to actually take the trade and then see if like if you like. I don't get nervous anymore about entries. Like I'll take a fucking entry and I don't care about the stop, because I've gotten to the point where I'm okay with seeing that drawdown and it hitting my stop, because not like you said, 60 to 80% of the time this is gonna work. Even though I'm seeing drawdown, this is gonna work. So, and I can't move my stop now, because every time I did that, it'll be that 1 day blow up. So like that trader being
talking about with Evan, though, not to cut you off, was
you're good.
Like he couldn't pull the trigger a lot of times.
Yeah, he was always trading scared.
Gun
He couldn't get out of it.
shot.
He was always.
And that's what I always say. Like I have no problem pulling the trigger. Like I'll pull the trigger in the heart. I'll be like, God,
that's something that you have to you gain. The way that you gain experience pulling the trigger is you have to pull the trigger, and that's that's something he just wasn't getting used to. And that was one of that was the biggest detriment to his trading. It's he never wanted to pull the trigger, and when he pulled the trigger, he pulled it on size that didn't matter,
and he'll be late too.
Even that, like, that doesn't matter to me. Even if you're late, what matters to me is when you get into a trade and you're not sized an amount that you care about on that trade and you're right on it. That's the problem. Because if you're not sized to make your full R's that you're looking forward to, and you're kind of like, just, let's say hypothetically, I mean, he was taking like 15 share positions. That was a max size for him. But when he would get into a trade, he would only get like 2 shares on. And it's like, bro, even when you're right on that trade, it's not gonna matter. Like, the amount that you're gonna gain on that trade is not what you expected if you were in on 15 shares. And the thing that sucks is you're gonna be right on that trade. You're gonna be like, oh man, now I'm reading the market well. The next trade you take, you're not reading the market well, and you're taking that one with 15 shares.
Yeah,
and that's the problem.
In a small size, but that's when you learning. But it's like he can never get over that hump, because he'll have one good week and then one bad week, and then he'll be like, all right, on to the next strategy. He never gave a strategy enough time to like scale up. Like you said, he'll go small, but then he might scale up the next week and that shit don't work, and then he's right back.
Yeah, because the market changes, and that's one of the things that was a detriment to him. Every trade that he should have been taking should have all been same size, regardless of whatever it is that he should have just did same size for everything. Even when we were talking about the scalings, and I was telling him to scale in the positions, he knew when he was on the right side of the trade, but he never wanted to lower his average, which is also a problem, because if you're scaling in and you're pyramiding into a trade, and I do that shit all the time with MES. When I know I'm on the right side of a trade because of a pattern, I don't go one size and just utilize that one size. I'll pyramid myself in, and I'll scale. You guys have seen me post recently on indie names of me getting into a trade, getting out, rescale, get in, get out, rescale, and I've literally shared a bunch of trades recently on me scaling in, and that's one of the things that he wasn't able to grasp, and he wanted to learn, and he just never was willing to allow himself to have a lower average which is not good because if you're gonna scale, you have to accept the fact that sometimes you're just gonna have a lower average.
Yeah.
And
See, all that stuff is execution.
Yeah, he was always scared, and I tried so. I mean, bro, when me and him were trading together, just me and him, I tried so hard, bro. I really wanted him to, really get it.
Like, get in there, kid, get in there. It's like,
It wasn't
yeah,
even just
but
it wasn't even the just get in there. It was the
You being too much.
It was just the now look at him. It was just the fact that he was always, too nervous, too scared, and when I would talk to him about it, he'll understand what I'm saying, but it kind of would lead into the same kind of thing, and I'm just like, bro, you gotta let go. You just gotta let go.
It's like that's what we talked about. Like, it just takes time for that trader to realize all the control that I want to have in this market. That's irrelevant. You're never gonna get 100% control. You gotta get to the point where you're comfortable with the edge, whatever that edge is, and you're comfortable leaning on the data. The data says you're gonna be green,
you guys
or you're
ever
gonna
seen
win
the
more
movie
than
Fight
you.
Club?
I can't remember, but I think maybe a long time.
With Brad Pitt and Edward Norton, where they make a fight. You never seen it? Well, there's a scene in the movie where Brad Pitt's character's in a car, and Edward Norton's the driver in the car, and Brad Pitt's looking at Edward Norton because Edward Norton in the movie, he's a super structured, kind of scared person. He doesn't like doing things out of his comfort zone, and Brad Pitt's looking at him like, let go of the steering wheel, just let go. And it was kind of a sign. It was kind of a symbol. It was symbolic in the movie, showing that one just lets things happen, and the other one's so uptight and strict and shit. And he just says, "Let go of the steering wheel." I mean, they get into an accident and they crash and shit. But that's kind of what Evan was at, bro. And I tried hitting up Evan. I think I hit him up like 2 weeks ago. I'm like, "Hey, man, are you ever gonna come back to trading?" Like, and he never responded. I'm like, all right, well, he might be just done, whether it's life or whatever, because he goes to school now, he has a job.
Yeah, this shit will beat you up, bro. This trading shit will.
But yeah, look at Jazz. But Jazz he was always angry.
Yeah, Jazz had a lot of work to do. Like, he had to actually care about it enough to develop. Every time I would tell him about, like, hey, let's have a session where we kind of make the define our edge. He wanted you to
do all the work, though.
Yeah, I was like, yo, let's create our rule. He's like, that's not what I do. So it's like, that's your part.
He wanted you to do all the work and then him to just copy your strategy. I feel like I helped you out more with your strategy than he helped you out with your strategy, and you knew him longer and were trading with him better. Because I remember asking you questions specifically on your system before.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, have you tried this and this and this together? What if this and this happens with your, yada yada. And I don't even trade like that. I don't use the HMAs, and I have your supply and demand thing, but that's not even on my charts. Like, so it's like,
he needed to care enough.
Yeah, like you can't have somebody do the work for you. You gotta be willing to get in there and do the hard part. And the hard part is getting the knowledge.
Mm-hmm. And that was the thing with Jazz, though. Jazz traded to make money.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing
so what's up? Everybody done trading for the day?
Yeah, I'm done.
To the point where we trading the edge. But the one thing with Evan though is that I always said Evan was better than all of us.
I need send a picture of my ID for the payout.
Is this your first payout?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you do. When I signed into Top Step, they used to make you do that before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So wait, you have to do it. Did you do it before, or did you do it?
I'm not sure.
If you did it before, then I don't think you have to do it again.
We'll see.
Squeeze play got stopped out.
I'm pretty sure you don't have to, because I remember when I got my first payout, which was hella long ago. They asked for your ID and everything I think once you open the account, I had sent that information before I even had a payout.
Nice.
KYC, homie, know your customer.
Yeah, but now I was saying, I think Evan had risk management down better than any of us. So I always said, if he ever locked in on a system, he would kill it because then all he got to do is scale up. But he just could never stay with an edge long enough.
Mm.
But his risk management was on point. He taking his stop all the time. I never really heard him.
And he one more trade on the other account.
Like moving his stop or anything like that. He always would take his stop. And he always kept his risk the same.
You son of a bitch. This is
Yeah,
insane.
I mean, he did that well, but he did a lot of other things not well. And you know, while taking your stops is important, it's also very important when to not take your stops. Like on some setups, depending on like how the setup sets up, especially because he was learning a lot from me. On some setups, he would get sized too quick on, get stopped out, and then it would rotate, and it would rotate for like a 3-4 hour trade in his favor.
Mm-hmm.
And he was doing that a lot.
But that starts with the edge, though. So he didn't have the edge in the understanding. So where he had his stop at, it didn't matter because he didn't have the edge to go along with it.
Well, he definitely had the edge because me and him were trading side by side, and I was telling him my entries. I was telling him my entries and exits. So he definitely had it. It's just that he for whatever reason, man, he would get scaled in faster than I would in positions.
But that's what I'm saying. So he didn't have the edge down.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess
the same way that you trading, but he's not trading the same way that you trading.
Yeah, I mean, he lacked patience. You know, there was a lot of you know, times where he was like, you know, are you still waiting? And I'll be like, yeah, man, I'm waiting. You know, I literally would tell him entries, and I would say I'm sitting on my hands. He'll get a pop or whatever, try to short into the pop, and I'm like, dude, it's not yet, but he'd be in it already. I'm like, dude, I don't know.
Guys, you seeing this fucking rejection again at supply? 3. This is a triple top right now, bro. Fucking disgusting.
Dang. I'm gonna have to start streaming.
This is disgusting. It's just not breaking, bro. And that was the best chance we had of breaking because it looked like a squeeze was. I actually do have a squeeze fired on a 2-minute, but once that shit started rolling over, we have a strong chance of going back to the bottom of the Bollinger Band, and it slipped. It slipped. Oh, and it wicked back up.
Are you talking about Willis?
Look at the market. Look at the market. You gotta look at the
Something
market,
else
bro.
that helped me today a lot was it's the first time I've done this in a while, even though I'm supposed to.
Oh.
But I stay on the 5-minute a lot more. The 1 for the entries, but the 5 just to see the setups.
Mm-hmm.
In the 15 and 1 hour zones.
Yeah, I'm a believer. See, like even knowing what time frame you're comfortable with because of like I don't like fake outs. I don't like too much noise. So I'm with you in terms of going to a higher time frame. But some traders, especially like for LMD style, he needs to get in that motherfucker, ride that momentum, and get out. So it's better to do that on a 1-minute chart, right? Like so. Again, are you getting to be more of like a scalper / like I like to see my profit, take my profit? Or are you like, I like less noise and I want to take this move all the way to whatever that is. Like you have to, don't make this shit harder than, or don't be confused about all the other shit that happens in the market, right? Like get to the point where you're comfortable with what you see, you execute the way that suits you, and that's how you're going to develop your trader DNA. But to go into this shit,
it's also not only that though. You have to also understand what you're trading. Like for me, for instance, we talked about it earlier. For me on equities, I'm much more susceptible of letting a trade work more. You know, scaling, rescaling, exiting, scale, rescale. In futures, I'll scalp, and I have no problem scalping. You know, because I understand the difference between the futures market and individual names. Individual names have their own, they're by themselves. Apple is just Apple. Apple is not Microsoft. Apple is not Nvidia.
Yeah, that's something we didn't talk about, like security type LMD. Like trading options might be really good for some traders, whereas trading futures might be good versus trading equities. right? Like I
have to know
don't
what
even.
you're trading.
Yeah, and then but I mean, like,
it don't matter. It's just gonna be the account wide. Because with my edge or my strategy, it's gonna look the same across any chart.
I don't think no.
That's not what I'm talking about. Like, but like if you trade options, Greeks, you could be right about the move, but the Greeks fuck you up. You know what I'm saying? Like the Greeks fuck you up. So like the security type is something that you might want to like factor into. I got beat up to the point where I almost lost my soul. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's a different security.
But the futures chart and individual chart is the same to me.
Yeah, I would.
The edge is going to be the same. It's just going to be the risk. So I don't want to trade equities because I don't want to put the money in the account that I have to have in there.
But
so futures is just a better fit for me.
Listen, I agree that price action is price action because it is. You know, head and shoulders on a Apple chart, you know, and a head and shoulders on an ES chart can show up and do the same shit. Right. I disagree with the outline of it because it's not just, hey, you know, this you know, I trade everything the same. You know, yes, while you can get away with doing that, you're less likely to get away with doing that on individual names if you're trading them like futures names. And I say that because you can find relative weakness and relative strength behind individual names. And that's where it becomes, you know, kind of an issue because you can be in a name where you think, oh my God, you know, this is a name that's relatively weak while the market's upticking. You're like, oh, well, I'm going to try to catch this bottom because if the market keeps going up, maybe this name could get a bid. And that bid never comes because maybe there's some, you know, outlier macro news that had come out for the stock and things like that. It's not price action. It's not black and white, and it's also not gray because we all know what a head and shoulders candle is, but what we don't know is the outcome of that head and shoulders pattern based on whatever outlier news there could be. Because a head and shoulders could also be a higher low.
Yeah, but see, like, for me though, like relative strength or relative weakness, even if I'm in if I was trading stocks, I never really paid that mind because I'm only going to trade the chart that's in front of me. So sure. I'll go up a time frame. So I'm looking at a 15 or an hourly to kind of get my bias, but I'm still just going to be trading that chart. Like I rarely would look at like what the Qs or what the SPY was actually doing. And I didn't have as much on my charts then as I do now, but I'm just going to trade what's right.
I guess I just think that's it. And maybe, you know, some people like simplify stuff, right? Like simplicity. They say simplicity is the best, you know, when it comes to the market. What is it? It's keep it simple, stupid, kiss, I think. And you know, maybe that works out for people. I just know in my experience, you never know when a headline could come out. You never know when a PR could come out. Yeah, good flush out. You never know when these things can happen, especially on individual names, because you can get like for instance, I'll talk about Amazon today. Amazon, we had a random ass PR come out with the press lady where she didn't like the fact that and Trump didn't like the fact that Amazon was posting tariff prices on their website, and it brought that stock completely down while, you know, the ES was holding up relatively, you know, better. So, you know, you can't, let's say hypothetically you were like long Amazon because it's holding previous day's close or whatever, or even if you know you wanted to short, right? Because now we're kind of grinding up. Let's say you wanted to short Amazon because we were on the previous day lows, and Amazon theoretically had bad news. Look at it, catches bid up, and it's trying to fight for green. You know, that's the thing. It's like you can't, when you're trading individual names, you have to understand that, you know, you're PR away, you're one PR away or one news outlet away from a significant move happening regardless, you know. And you just never know, and that's one of the things that, you know, I would say it's, I'm not the type of person that trades futures the way that I would trade indie names. And I wouldn't trade indie names the way that I trade futures because I have an understanding of what they are. And I don't trade options the way that I trade securities, even though options kind of move identical with price action because of the fact that there's Greeks and there's other things like that. You know, there's delta, gamma, things like that. So I don't think that, you know, nothing in my opinion, when we talk about futures, equities, options, none of them trade alike. You have to know what you're trading. If you don't know the indice, the equity, whatever that you're trading, and you don't understand, you're gonna have a problem because, you know, they all move differently. Price action is always price action, but they have discrepancies in them, and you know, as long as you know what the discrepancy is, you'll be all right.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's just know your products.
Yep, you do. You absolutely do. As long as you know your products and you have, you know, whatever edges you do. I mean, LMD used to trade equities, so that's how me and him, we used to trade small cap, I believe. So,
man, this market is starting to pick up some steam.
I had to let go of that small cap shit.
Yeah, but me too. Like it you know what's funny? It was almost like the revelation I had with options. When you let go of the products that are easily manipulated or are heavily against you, like the odds are heavily against you, you find the learning curve to understanding market movement, structure, price action, it becomes a little bit easier because you could have the direction right in options and still be wrong. How the fuck do you learn how to deal with that? Like it's not impossible, but you can, like, especially with what I was playing with, 0 DTEs, and I'm seeing these shits go 24,000%, you know, 1,000%, but somehow I'm only taking fucking 50% out of it. So the one day I decide to take 1,000%, I lose 100%. So it's just like you keep going through that, and it just takes a lot longer to learn how to play with it. Whereas,
like I said, it's no, like you said, it's knowing your product. One thing I will say about 0 DTEs, if you catch them on the right day,
oh yeah,
it's an absolute, I mean,
monster.
I'll give you an example. When SMCI had its run up, you know, when SMCI was in the thousands of dollars and it had its parabolic capitulation trade, that happened on a Friday, which means that you remember the only things that have 0 DTEs are the, you know, the ETFs. Those are the only things that have 0 DTEs. These indie names like Apple and stuff, they don't have 0 DTEs. They intent, bro. There is no way. You're not gonna convince me that move was not a setup. They let the puts into Friday become so fucking cheap. They let them get so cheap, and on that Friday, not only was it a 0 DTE, it was also very cheap to purchase. Somebody had a $10,000 position in SMCI. I kid you not. He turned that shit into $1.2 million by the end of the day on SMCI's capitulation on a 0 DTE Friday. That was a pure setup. You're not gonna sit here and tell me that the market was not manipulating that move, because it was. Manipulation happens all the time. The thing is you can, as a trader, get on the right side of it. That was a 100% a manipulative move, and it's probably one of the greatest moves I think that this market has seen since probably GME, when they cut out shorts where you couldn't short it. Like SMCI, people need to talk about that more. That SMCI trade that happened on the Friday capitulation is one of the greatest chances that anyone has ever had to make a shit ton of money in the market if you knew what to trade. Unfortunately, I didn't trade SMCI, but if you were on the right side of that 0 DTE, 10K turned into 1.2 mil.
Damn.
You talk about life-changing fucking money on a trade, on an options trade. But then, you know, it's knowing your products. If you know that, you know, capitulation can happen, and it's Friday, 0 DTE, the puts are very cheap. Yeah, that shit can happen.
That's how I play. That's how I play options. Like if I ever go back to options, I I promise myself, put up 100% of what you're willing to lose. Go for the cheapest shit that looks like it's not gonna work at the most extreme level, and just hold that shit to the end of the day. And if a fucking bull run happens or a fucking wicked flush happens, those are the contracts that go from 5 cents to fucking $8 or to like $22. It's insane. I see this shit happen at least 3 to 4 times a
Bro,
week. So,
dude, I see Nate post up ridiculous fucking option numbers. Because he the only time he trades SPY and QQQ occasionally. He doesn't like really trading them, but he trades them on moves where he can expect like a big flush out or a big rip up. He'll trade the 0 DTE and he'll buy that shit at like 50 cents, and that shit goes up to like 3, 4, 5, 8, and you're sitting there like, damn, like, and bro, dude, his risk parameters is 5K, so you already know what he's making a shit ton of money on that.
It's crazy. But yeah, that whole conversation about like trader DNA, I think it's super important for any trader to kind of like, your journey should be to discover that. What is your trader DNA? How do you hold risk? How do you manage risk? And the sooner you can get to understanding those things, your psychology gets better, right? Like, if I automate things, like, all right, I'm in a trade, right? That shit goes 40 points. I have an automatic trail that kicks in and locks in 30. I have to be okay with it. The market pulls back 10 points, gets me out, and keeps running for fucking like 100 points. And I like that because when I don't put that auto trail trigger and the market goes 60 points, my greed kind of kicks in and I let that bitch come back all the way to 10 points. And I'm like, what the fuck, you idiot? So, and again, it's just an automation until I get better at like handling greed, an automation until you get better at handling fear, and I think if traders continue to like focus on like, what the fuck am I comfortable with and how do I execute once I get into a trade, you just, like, you'll get your DNA, you'll get your answer as to like how you want to experience the market, because this shit is it's a wild west for real, man. And we say it all the time, just take your fucking stops and you'll be fine. And that's what Evan was great at. Like, he could last in the game because he never really took sides, right? And he always took his stop. And I mean, personally, I think he was going for some baby money, but like, I think he was learning, so he was supposed to go for baby money. But I think sometimes that can hinder you because you give the market no room for your play to work. And
yeah, I think it's just like I said, it all comes down to it comes down to the edge, man. Either you want to learn it. You have to first of all, you have to experience. It's not even like you learn. I mean, unless you're gonna, I'm a firm believer in not reinventing the wheel. So, which is why like I gravitate towards people like Nate, people like Lance, people like Jack and Jack Kellogg, and things like people like them. The reason why I gravitate towards people like that on that level is because it's a proven track record. Like Qual Maggie, the Short Bear, these are people who have proven a specific strategy. And Qual Maggie has his shit out. Like, it's like you can go to his website and he has play by play exactly what to look for. And he has it written in a PDF and everything. And it's like, if you want to be a swing trader, it's play by play. And the reason why you want to look for that, in my opinion, is because you already know it works. That guy, he's made $100 million. He's on the top 100 richest, like, Swedish whatever people or whatever. Like, he was on the top 100 whatever fucking Sweden. And that's what I want. I want things that have already been proven, and you just learn off of that, because in my opinion, that's the easiest way.
That's just edge, though. You're talking, right? Like, you're just talking about edge, taking Qual Maggie's edge.
Yeah, taking other people's edge, taking edge that's already been proven, because why
Reinvent the
do
wheel.
anything? Yeah, why do anything different? There's no reason to come into the market and go through the process. In my opinion, go through the whole process of learning each and every single thing by yourself. It makes no sense when you have people who have already done it. You have people who already have stats behind, like back in small cap land, there used to be a really there used to be a setup that used to work all the time. It was the first red day, which was essentially, parabolic move up from a penny stock or a low float stock or something, and it had its first red day, and it was usually like, if it had its first red day, it would be like a big capitulation. It'd give back a whole bunch of moves. Now that doesn't happen, because floats are so small that, like, the company ends up owning the shares, and they kind of manipulate the whole thing, blow them out, and then sell it. So it's a little bit different, but other than that, like, there's just everything's there. You open up a YouTube video and you can learn about supply and demand. You can learn how to draw lines. You can be the trader you want to be, and I guarantee there's someone else who's trading that has a similar strategy to yours that's already successful, regardless of who it is. I know you use like EMAs and supply and demand and SMAs or whatever, and that's there. They might not have it algorithmic like how the way that you're inventing yours algorithmic, but there's traders that, like, for instance, Vincent does a lot of supply and demand. Now he manually draws it, but like I said before, what would be crazy, and this is specifically for you, and I've told you this before, is if you draw your manual supply and demand, and then you see actual supply and demand at where you drew the supply and demand, and that starts stepping in, and you start seeing the tape react the way that you want it to react, whether it's long or short. And not only do you have your own indication on your own supply line, but you also have your algo telling you, hey, there's supply here as well. Imagine if you could get that confluence, and then if you wanted to add that 50 HMA, and it's over the top descending on price action, meaning price action is coming down, it's above it, weighing it down as well. Because remember that these indicate, like, the SMAs and stuff, like EMAs and stuff, those are laggards, which is actually, a lot of people don't like that they're laggards, but it's actually beneficial that it is lagging, because if it starts pressing against that moving average and it's failing against it, that means that it's much more beneficial to the move, rather than it being right on time with the price action, because then it just instantly follows the price. So I don't know, all that information and all that stuff, man, everything that anyone's trying to learn, it's already out there. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. You find somebody that you want to learn from that has kind of the same strategy and edge as you, and I think that you can exponentially learn. You can exponentially grasp the idea. Not me or no more. The concept of trading, and you can flourish much faster.
Yeah, I think that was exactly like when I said the role of a mentor is to speed up your shortfalls. You should go through these shortfalls. Shit, nobody, but he can't teach you how to deal with your emotions. So you can take the edge that Qualmaggy, provides, but are you afraid to take his entry? Right? You can take the edge, but are you getting out where you're supposed to? Maybe you take his edge and you're better at trading it because you have more balls to hold. None of that matters. I think that's what you're trying to discover. You know what I mean? But as far as taking an edge,
I agree. So that's also the thing that I've stated, that I've talked about before as well, is I've stated that if you're going to learn off of someone, you should not try to become that trader. You need to be a sponge. You need to be your own individual, but take in their concepts and then deviate it and make it your own. Because you're not gonna, like, you already know how I feel, like Nate, how I feel about Nate and like Lance. I think those two are like the best traders, that the best day traders that that have touched social media. I think those two are the best. Those are my goats. You know, those guys are like my Mount Rushmore of traders. So I can't trade like them though, because I don't have that personality. First of all, I don't have the money that they have.
Yeah, those dudes.
You know, they.
Swinging.
I mean, you're talking about Lance. Lance made. I mean, I have to assume Lance made over 10 million on DeepSeek. Like when DeepSeek happened, remember he V-shaped it. He caught the V-shape when DeepSeek happened. So he stood up 24 hours when that trade happened. He had to make like 20 mil, something like that. And it's like, you know, it's a whole different ball game, but you know, I mean, he's the inventor. I want to say he's the inventor, but he's the one who really brought the V-shaped concept out. And you know, if you can learn that concept on capitulation moves, you really can get some big moves, and you don't have to ride it the way that he rides it or takes the same size he does. But as long as you understand what the frameworks are to a V shape, you can trade it however you see fit, wherever your comfort parameters are.
Yeah. Yeah, that's you said. You said after you said he made 10 million on the DeepSeek. What did you say about how he wrote it? Like, I just tuned out because I was like reading this trader's fucking problem.
He so I mean, bro, he took the V shape, and I mean he.
Oh, okay.
He rode that. Yeah, he rode that move like up, like, you know, a ridiculous amount given his size, and you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, we all know the concept of a V shape.
Right.
Some people just understand it a lot more, where they know, like, this move can be an exponential move to the upside, rather than like a V shape where you take for like a 50% retracement. This could be a full 100% retracement of a move going higher and higher. You know, it kind of you know, like a capitulation. And you know, you just take, in my opinion, you just take bits and pieces, you make it your own, and you just keep developing, and you take bits and pieces from everybody, and as long as you take bits and pieces from the people who aren't reinventing the wheel, I mean, I would assume that you're going to be on the right side, because you're not, it's not like people aren't going out of their way to learn from somebody who's not making it. You're not doing that. Like, you for the most part, you're learning from people who have already done it, who's already been there, who's already have a proven track record. And that's imperative. You want the person that you're learning from to be someone who's already rich, you know, someone who's already showed that, hey, I trade at one of the highest levels in the game, and I have a track record to prove it. That's what you want to look at, because that's an exponential growth. You know, especially when they give back education. You know, like, for instance, like when SMB releases their videos, like, that's a lot of education from a lot of great traders in that front. Like the guy who does the bar by bars. I mean, bro, that's so much that he gives back. You know, he doesn't give his full entries and exits, like, in terms of, like, he tells you, but he doesn't like show you, like the way that I snip it and I show him my trades on Discord. He doesn't do that, but he gives you a good enough walkthrough on these positions, and that's important.
But yeah, trading could be fun, man. You know, when you kind of get to that point where, like, you got consistency, yeah, I think this shit could be a lot of fun. I guess, like, it's the same with the casino, right?
It is, but it's also fucking draining. That's one of the issues that I have with futures. One of the problems that I have with futures is it's just open, and I'm good. You know, like, I'm good at it. Like, I'm good at, you know, trading, and it's just like I can stare at the charts all day, and that's a problem. That's one of the reasons why I have to, like, periodically, like, stop trading futures, is because of the fact that, like, it's just hard for me to get away from the screens. It really is. It's hard for me to take a break. If I know that I'm able to trade, I'm susceptible of trading, because I know that futures does have good overnight moves, and even when it doesn't, I know that it has a good range, and you know I love range trades. So it's like I win no matter what, and that's the problem with futures. Like, I love range, and that provides excellent range overnight, which is why I made, like I'm almost funded in these combines. I just need one more day. It's the ranges of going to previous day highs and then failing off of that. That's one of the things about futures that it's a hindrance to me, but it's also kind of a blessing because the opportunity is always there, unlike when you trade equities.
Yo, the squeeze on a 5-minute has been boiling since 11 o'clock, dude. And when this shit fires, it's gonna be nasty. It tried to fire to the upside.
I don't like these rejections coming in where they're coming in at.
Oh well, shit. This makes sense to me, dog. That's the.
Oh no,
that's
no.
the
I'm saying
all
like
day.
I don't like I'm saying I don't like the longs.
Oh yeah.
That's what. Yeah, like I'd be much more short bias currently. One, I have a supply zone up here. Two, we rejected previous day highs like 6 times on SPY.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, word.
So it's like, we have what, 1 rejection, 2 rejection, 3, 4.
We to the downside. Just fired. Oh shit! There he goes. Fucking hey. Damn it.
Yeah, man. I wish the Top Step didn't have that stupid fucking 2-day rule.
I'm going in. Let's go. Stop on this squeeze. What's the stop? I get faked out of this squeeze. Oh, but Johnny. Good lord. The fucking stop on this squeeze is 581. Oh, this shit better pay. We need to break 524 for this shit to pay. Here we go. Oh, I'm covering. 1, 2. Cover it. Oh, fuck. I tried to cover one more. Try to pop back up. Cancel everything. Cancel. Do I put my run at? I'll put my run at break even. I mean, if this shit comes all the way back up there, you pretty much don't want to be involved. So, yo, I swear I like the squeeze plays, bro, because it makes me trade like LMD, dude. But them shit, if you get faked out, oh, them shits hurt. Hurt.
You use take profit, right?
Right now I'm in that account, yeah.
Are you
okay.
Have you taken a payout with them before?
Yeah, I got 2.
You got 2?
One for like.
Do you think that the prop firm is good? Do you think they're good?
Yeah, I think so. Here's the one thing I would say. Like, I don't know if they're gonna like fucking do what the other one did yet, because I don't, we don't know about they haven't been in the game for long. But overall, yeah.
I thought they have been in for a while.
If you ain't been in the game since 2012, then I don't really know you. This is just because, like, Top Step. But yeah, as far as like legitimacy, they did pay out. I don't see them changing rules left and right. I think they know what they want to do. And the deal is just sweet, bro. No activation fee. Costs you a little bit more, but the deal is sweet.
Yeah, it starts more up. It costs more up front.
Yeah. Oh boy, market's in trouble. Run for the hills, motherfucker.
I might just buy one and kind of just trade it today.
Do not recover, bro. They're trying to recover the 50 HMA here. Selling pressure still strong. Hikanachi says stay in the trade. Fuck it. Stay in the trade. Man, trendline breaks. If you're a scalper, I think trendline breaks are so clutch. When it breaks that shit, that shit's market rip.
It's nice when you get it and it does a retest of the break.
Yeah, which is tricky because sometimes it just fucking flush so fast. If you don't get in on the break, then hopefully you get that retest, because then you can get in on the, like once that retest happen and it fails, I'm more confident in the trade. Like I may not move my stop. Like I may let that shit do what it needs to do, because that's like an official change of structure, I think, with market structure. It has a Hong Kong bank account.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna fuck around and try to take profit right now.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try
worst
just
case
one.
scenario, you lose 117, right? But
no, it's one. I'm doing a 25K.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually am more of a fan of the 25Ks.
What's that one? $80 or 100?
It's still 100. I think it's like 104.
Yeah.
Or 100. It's 105.
Okay. And these traders are going through it. Confirm no orders were ever placed on these and pause by us after the call up.
You're on my Yahoo. It's now open.
Confirm no orders were ever placed on these initiatives.
No, but I'm in the trader.
Right here on one. Bitch. All right. Runner at break even, and oh shit. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm out. That was a good squeeze, guys. If it might continue, I'm all out. Let's see what. And demand is coming in, and we're close to that. We break that 200, it's over for the day. Oh, we doing it. This bitch is crazy. Marketing got no respect, though. Ain't got no respect. And the 5-minute just triggered a squeeze. Holy shit. If you thought that was a drop, see what happens.
What's the username for the for when you do a take profit, when you do connect startup or the system? Is it traded funder?
What you mean?
When you go into your Ninja Trader and you have to configure it? Oh,
they give you a login. So if you go to the actual like account that you just opened up, you'll see if you open it up, like if you drop the drop down or whatever, you'll see your login and your activation. Your login is going to be like your name and like a number, and then your fucking passcode is ridiculously complex. I don't like it because you always have to reference.
Yeah, I gotta put a license, right?
Oh, I don't fuck with NinjaTrader, but yeah, I'm assuming you probably do. Yeah.
Damn it, bro! I'm gonna miss the move. This is exactly why I wanted to fund this account like as fast as possible because I knew this was gonna happen. That's exactly why I was literally trying to rush through this shit, bro. I knew this move was gonna fucking happen, so I was like, since I seen it, I'm like, you know what? Let me try this out because I know this move's gonna happen. And
LMD, you there? Everybody left. Everybody left. 150, 158, the activation fee, NetSuite invoice, and then subscription ID 308, 306, 187. How the fuck do I determine what this is? Oh, subscription ID. There we go. There we fucking go. 308, 306, 187.
Oh, brother, I'm gonna miss this fucking trade, dude, because I don't know how to do this shit. It's been so long since I used NinjaTrader.
You trying to catch the bounce or the flush?
No, I think we're gonna flush out still.
All right, where is this? 'Refund amount 146 by issuing for refund payment method. Initially, transactions will be credited back. Okay, that's a refund. No trade when equitable. Okay. Uninitiated. So 42231 635 884 313. Where is that one? 313.
Yo, did I just do a TraderVate one? I think I might have just did TraderVate.
You have a TraderVate account?
I think so. It's giving me a TraderVate login and it's giving me a NinjaTrader as well. I don't understand.
Might be easier. I don't know. I mean, I don't fuck with NinjaTrader, but TraderVate is just the same shit.
I think, I think it gave me a. I think it might have gave me a TraderVate. I think I might have clicked the wrong shit. All you have to do is like copy and paste the login, eh?
Mm-hmm.
For Trader, let me see if that. Let me see. I might have did that, bro. I might have bought a TraderVate on accident. Brother, I don't know what I did. Would it tell you? Like.
But whatever account. The only reason why I'm confused is because sometimes when I activated the TraderVate, but to the right of it, you'll see like NinjaTrader information, and I'm not really sure. Let me see.
Mine says CQG. Is that? I think I did do TraderVate because mine says CQZ. I don't think NinjaTrader says that.
Login. Oh.
Yeah, I did. There's Rhythmic and then there's CQZ. I did
CQG.
Yeah, I did a TraderVate. Wow.
Yeah, Rhythmic would have been your NinjaTrader one. That's true.
Wow. All right, so I guess I've never used TraderVate in my fucking life.
I'll be boys.
Yeah.
Eyes over there. Yo.
Yeah.
Market's still ripping.
I accidentally opened I opened up a take profit and I did it under fucking TraderVate.
Ah, that sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I've never used it before. Is it really that different?
Nah, I think because that's what Spark trades is TraderVate. I don't know if TraderVate has an app, so I think it's web based.
Yeah, I did it on the
It don't
TraderVate.
matter because you're usually using Thinkorswim's charting anyway.
Yeah, it does have an app. But yeah, it's the same thing. I think maybe the candles look a little bit different, but it's the same thing.
Wait, so this is a web-based platform?
The thing is, though, you should be able to use NinjaTrader. Yeah, it's still the same because I log into TraderVate to look at my performance. So you should be able to use that same login to log into NinjaTrader. Now that you mention it, because I log in with TraderVate. Like I can log into TraderVate to look at my information and take profit. So you still should be able to log in to NinjaTrader. I just thought about that because sometimes I'll be logged in on TraderVate and then I get in a trade and I'll hear that order filled and I'm like, where the hell that's coming from? And it's because I'm logged into TraderVate. Yep. So yeah, you still should be able to use NinjaTrader.
market tanked LMD. Ain't rip. But it looks like I want to see if it bounced back though, because it hit the it's holding the 200 moving average on the 15 minute. It looks like.
That's right, because it failed 100%. It tried to break previous day's highs and failed right before I left. The hell y'all over there watching?
I'm watching some Instagram BS.
Oh, that fool like, no.
That's your boy Samuel.
Taking this light. Man, I'll be over there watching the little young dude trading. That's how he be. No.
Damn, I gotta wait for them to activate this shit.
It's fast, but it just don't log in yet, and it should be there in like 5 minutes or less. You ain't gonna catch that move though. That move is over. They pretty fast with it. They're pretty fast with everything.
So how do I open up TraderVate? Is TraderVate an application or is it just a web?
Yeah, you could download the app. Cause I got the application. I don't fuck with web browsers, bro. With web apps.
It's still saying pending.
I be feeling like when I be trying to open up a new account to catch a trade, I blow that shit up right.
Oh no, I'm not. I mean, the trade's gone. The shit. If I would have went straight to my fucking Ninja Trader, would have been a different story. But because.
So yeah, so you got to go into Ninja Trader and set up the account though, right? Like you gotta go and put in like the type of account it is, or username, password, and all of that shit. So if you have all of that, you can set that part of it up.
I can use the same username and the same password?
Nah, so they should've. It's gonna be like mine is like, I think it's like my first name and then some numbers and some shit like that.
What was the system name? Was it Trade Funder?
Take Profit Trader.
You see, it doesn't show up for me.
What you mean?
It doesn't say Take Profit Trader. There's no Take Profit Trader in my Ninja Trader.
No, you have to use
Their login.
And I had to go in. I had to look at a video to figure out which one. But it's normally like a generic one, and then you just label it once you create that generic one. You label it what you want to label it. So I labeled mine just Take Profit.
No,
Trader.
yeah, but you know how it says that I'm talking about the where the settings is. And it gives you like Day Trading Academy, Funded Futures Network, MES Capital, Top Step, Trade Funder, You Profit Trader.
Yes, I ain't in front of my computer. I know when you go to create a new one, you use like one of those generic ones. I would do a search for like set up Take Profit Trader inside of Ninja Trader, and it'll show you. Like I remember I had to look at a video, or there was like a knowledge-based video to set it up. The username and password they give to you, and mine was like my first name with some other shit.
Yeah, I'm about to log in through TraderVate because I don't feel like doing all that shit. They activated it, so.
Here you go, right here. I'm about to. I didn't look at this video to see what the hell it's talking about, but.
How do I download Ninja Trader desktop platform? What?
And that's the thing, like, so you say you have a TradeOvate app, Spark, because you know Ninja Trader bought Ninja Trader bought TradeOvate. So I thought they did away with their app.
No, they still kept it. They do have a different, like, they just submitted a new policy about TradeOvate, but yeah, they still have the app.
I just don't know what to put my. Yeah, I thought so. This is not right.
And I just found, I think when you click on that account, it should give you the username and password.
Yeah, no, I have that. It's when you go ahead and you go to your configure and you put in your username, you put in your password, and then under it where it says settings, it also says system. But it doesn't give me the option. I'm gonna watch this video real quick that you just posted to see what he's putting here. Gotta skip through this shit. Okay, so this I had it wrong. So I gotta do Ninja Trader add.
Yeah, that's why I said it's one of the generic ones. That license key I don't think you really need because you logging into Ninja Trader using your personal account. You just need the Ninja Trader. You just need the TradeOvate login information.
Yeah, I'm doing this all now. I think I might have it. I might have it. Doesn't seem too complicated here. Just these things have like different fucking like rules, like so I guess create or whatever. It's kind of annoying. I'm gonna find it annoying. Oh, I got it. All right, nice. W.
Wicked.
I got it. Nice. All right. That's actually easier. That was actually easy.
Welcome to the club, brother.
Yeah, now I'm in this bitch. Now we're gonna go fucking crazy, bro. I'm gonna blow up my account right now. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's blow it up.
I say, man, we there. It's that last hump. We gotta learn how to lose. At least speaking for myself, I gotta learn how to lose. And all the professional traders always say that the best traders, you have to be a good loser in order to be a good winner. And I'm not. That's that one hurdle that I gotta get over.
We all do, brother. Like we said, it's just one day that blows us up. Like I personally feel like I'm still battling it. Like even though I got this daily loss limit thing, but yeah, shit, I'd be like, that trade didn't work. That trade didn't work.
Dude, I'm so used to having brackets on my charts that not having brackets as my price target and shit is so crazy.
Nah, it's easy. I told you how to do it.
Yeah, I know.
So like,
oh, you mean like for Top Step?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, where it says ATM strategy, just click that and create a custom one.
I can't make the full amount of one day, right?
Yeah.
Nah, 50%.
You still gotta. Oh yeah, you gotta consist. Yeah, but you still gotta trade 5 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, Go 50, go 48%, 48%.
I thought wasn't it 30%? Like you can't make, oh no, after whatever you make, your biggest bid can be 30.
Yeah,
What is it?
50%. 50%. But then once you're out of that, then there is no consistency rule. Just don't trade news, and that's in either one of them. And then don't let that damn drawdown come and catch you.
Oh shit! What a bounce!
Nice surge.
Yeah, just got back to the desk. I mean, there was a play down there, but
I heard your ass in the throne. You sitting on the goddamn throne over there.
Who's that?
You.
Well, what you mean? Like when we took when the squeeze happened to the downside?
No, bro. He said that he was just in the bathroom.
Oh, that's what the throne mean? My bad, dog. Hell yeah.
Sitting on the throne.
Yeah, this market's fucking people up. I mean, shit, if it's range trading, we get back to supply, I'll fade that motherfucker again. Watch.
That's a nice little surge. I wonder if this is news. Go on Twitter. Netflix, Fox, White House deputy staff says we'll take Amazon statement. I'm not seeing nothing much. Oh, it says market cap to 1 trillion by doubling its revenue and tripling. Oh, that's a Netflix thing. Netflix is probably surging more than likely.
What happened with Netflix?
It's market cap to 1 trillion by doubling its revenue and tripling its operation income by 2030. So let's see. I'm gonna pull up Netflix real quick and see if that was surging it. Yeah, Netflix is looking good.
Sweet. Big profit. Yes, I want pro account. Want a free pro account? You can get 30% off. No activation fee. Daily pro. Oh, it's gonna give you a chance to win a free. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure, why not? Oh boy. That's what you call fuck the person up. That demand play was risking $120. It hit 1 hour. Nice.
Market might want to retrace some of that move now that it's entering like supply area.
Yeah, I got a 2-minute supply coming in too over here, so that's gonna be a 2-minute, 5-minute, 15-minute, 1 hour. It's crazy.
How long was that flight from JFK to South Africa? Like 13 hours?
It was. Yeah, you might be right. The full flight. Well, I remember I stopped in Dubai. We had a 1 hour layover in Dubai, so from here to Dubai was about that, 15 hours, and then from Dubai to South Africa was like another 4 or 5 hours. Yeah.
Oh, y'all went up to Dubai.
Yeah, and then coming back, we went to Kenya and then straight north and then west to JFK.
Yeah, y'all probably flew up to like Spain and then came across.
Morocco, yeah, kind of like Morocco area. Morocco is where the Moors are from, right?
Yeah, that's like right off. Cause like next time I go to Spain, I'm gonna take a boat ride over to Morocco.
Yeah, basically right around there. Man, this is crazy.
Yeah, Netflix. I'm surprised that the market's moving like this. I wonder if Netflix has that much weight now. Are institutions that invested in Netflix where the weight on Netflix can shift this market like that? Like, that's crazy.
It's a 1K stock now, right?
Yeah.
Let's go look at some futures trading.
So, good. How y'all doing? Yeah, I got 3 of them today.
MYM is moving up. M2K is moving up. BTC is moving. Everything is fucking moving, bro. Oh, the only thing going down is MGC.
Oh, big exchange right there. There was a big exchange on ES right there. Huge exchange.
Stocks here. Don't forget to add your notes. I did.
Yep, that was a big exchange. Let's see what happens here.
Apple caught a bounce. Tesla looks like it's rallying too.
Yeah, everything caught a bounce off of some fucking Netflix news, bro. It's crazy.
What's happening with Netflix?
The 1 trillion. It's expected to hit 1 trillion.
In what market share and like revenue?
Yeah.
That's wicked, bro.
And it's expanding its operation income by 2030, like tripling it. That's nuts. This Netflix move coming out. Shift the market. But is this move sustainable, or is this just just give the market a little bit of a pop?
Bro, I didn't do any kind of crazy work today. Like, I mean, I am answering tickets, so that's good. I went ahead and refunded your account, your activation fee. Let me turn my mic off real quick. what's going on, YouTube? Hope you guys are having a profitable day. Today was a better day than yesterday. Green on 2 accounts, just a little over 200. Nothing crazy, but I'm excited about it because I did the right thing today. So let's just take a quick review because I'm probably not going to do this during power hour. We were bearish in the morning until we crossed this solid line. For obvious reasons, we were red on red. This play fired, which is a squeeze trade. Gray candles before us. If it turns into a color or breaks this kind of white cloud of the Bollinger Band, you can put your order right below it. Your risk is always going to be the previous candle or the last gray candle. In this case, it was this one, so that's why you see this box here. And the market ended up, you know, saying risk, I'm in a momentum phase, risk 50 points. It made 70 points. That's a winning trade. But that was before the market opened. Then when the market opened, we had this demand trade down here that was basically calling a, I think it's actually still up there. Yep, 82 points, right? Risk 82 points. And right now we are up 263 points. The problem with this trade is that I can't tell you to enter. I can't tell you to take this trade. Reason number one, we were red on red. So I believed that the market was going to continue to roll over and go down. But the box doesn't care about what I believe. The box doesn't care about the moving averages. This demand trade is just a demand trade because this line got straight. This supply trade is just a supply trade because the line got straight. What the future outcome is irrelevant. It's just, can you take that? If it's a part of your setup, the answer is no. For me. Anyways, so at 9:30, that trade just paid out. And, you know, I don't have to do any math. Just look up here. It's up 4R right now for $656 with one contract. But once again, not a part of our edge, so let's move on. This is a squeeze trade. Gray candles back here. It started firing here because we broke this white cloud on the Bollinger Band. And if that's true, this should be our stop. I'm not sure why I didn't print a cloud once the color turned. Oh, well, I guess it's still closed inside of the range. So it's still considered a squeeze, and then it fired here. So once it fired, it said, I would say, yeah, so it's up right here. It said risk 43 points. And it went 61 points, but this would have been a tricky one to enter on because it kind of just went. Didn't really like hesitate. It just fucking ripped at 10 o'clock. Oh, so yeah, that was a 10 o'clock candle. But we actually saw this move come in. We reached the supply area and then the market pulled back into the squeeze range. If you try to take that trade, you stop out. No foul, no harm. A new squeeze kicks off right here. You get in another hard one to get into because it just kind of ripped. This is a real squeeze candle, and then it was risking this. And that one went about 79 points, risking 59 points. That's a winning trade. So that's one winning trade on the day, and you had to wait all the way till about, let's call it 10:30, 10:40 to actually take your first 5-minute trade. You really have no, well, you do have setups here, okay? Our triggers are squeeze trades and wedges and demand lines, right? Demand trade. So bunch of green setups here, green wedges and a pivot. Nice one here. Another one over here, and these pivots down here. Now, this one right here, you can do it because it's a 5-minute chart. You can take 5-minute pivots, 5-minute demands if we're on a green on red condition. So you just had to, you know, continuously be bullish to catch this next move up. And that was pretty nice. I think it was pretty nice if you kind of leaned on this pivot area, put some risk on here, and use this pivot as your stop, you know, just in case we do cross below. I was actually in a move like this yesterday that ended up working against me. The bulls kept going up, but anyways, I won't even like, whatever. So then this is another squeeze trade. Now, you got to think about this, and I'll say this over and over. if the market fake squeezes to the downside. So looks like we're in a squeeze since 11 o'clock, right? 11:15. Ping pong in inside the Bollinger Band. It went up, came back down. It fired the squeeze kind of right here. Came back up, but your stop is somewhere here. It then goes down and it looks like it's coming, and then you get wicked up again. Now, I'm not telling you that it can't go back down. I'm saying that wicks are important. It's a lot of money to stop to cause a wick. And then you stop out on this squeeze somewhere right here. Almost, I want to say 80% of the time. I'm going to run some stats on this. But if it fires to the downside and fails, you have a high probability play to the upside, the top side of the Bollinger Band. Because remember, all it's doing is ping-ponging, right? Top of the Bollinger Band, bottom, top, bottom. We're going back to the top. We did get a nice squeeze at the top this time, and that's this play. So since we're only looking for bullish setups, you might have gotten this wedge pivot play, but if not, you had an opportunity to take this squeeze, which was risking 48 points. We're up now 80-something points. So that's a nice little 2-hour trade. Oh, no, 48. We're looking for 100 points, sorry. So you see the information up here. You're up about 97 bucks on that trade, 194 bucks if you can hold to 703. Which is right here, not too far. Easier said than done. That's going to be hard for you if you can't hold, but that's all on you. But that's the 5-minute analysis, guys. 1 trade worked, 2 trade worked, 1 trade failed. This supply trade, no need to take it because we're looking for longs on a green condition. So squeeze trade worked, 1 squeeze failed. Now wedge play worked, wedge play worked. So why not take those? And I don't want to code a wedge trade for various reasons. Meaning like I can code the gray box for this setup, but then we're going to have that shit everywhere, right? Yeah, don't think we need to have that. You just need to know what the entry triggers are in a condition of green on green and just call it a day. Take your own setups. Here was some more green wedges. Right now you'd be in this to see if we continue to this supply 4-hour level. Stops would be under there. So yeah, that's your 5-minute analysis. Let's go to a 2-minute really quickly where more trades were doable. But let's see what they gave us. All right, so we're on a 2-minute. We were green on green. Well, we were green here, so we could start looking for plays at looks like. So this was a squeeze that caused the green. So we'll call that 1. If you were anticipating that this is gray, right? So we know that there's a squeeze happening. We wanted to change color to fire. Play number 1, risking 45 points. It went as high as 140 points. So that's a good, crazy R trade right there. We hit supply. Hopefully you held. If you didn't get into that squeeze, you kind of had a nice little opportunity here. Increasing risk though. That still goes about 100 and something points. Supply trade we ignore, supply trade we ignore, let the market come down. I actually I call this setup for obvious reasons. Pivot signals, bottom of the Bollinger Band. I love this trade setup, especially when we're on green on green. You'll see this again later on. Miss this fucking white candle and let the move run. Then I got in right here, took this up move, got out, thought I was a genius, and then that fucking move happened. But you don't want to play at supply because look what happened. Nice little pullback happened. These are some short squeezes, right? Gray, squeeze to the downside. We're ignoring that. We could take these wedges. You get stopped out. Wedge, that plays out pretty nicely. Green wedges, that plays out. Green wedges, pivot, that kind of plays out. If you don't get out, boom, you get killed. And then we have another A+ setup. But what I wanted to say back here, pivot signals at the bottom of the Bollinger Band, nice trade. Pivot signal at the bottom of the Bollinger Band, nice trade. Pivot signals at the bottom of the Bollinger Band during a squeeze with a demand line, reclaiming the 200. Tough, because you don't really know if you're going to go flip shorts. But if you do stick with the idea of going long, that demand line gives you a play, right? And this is your box. So right now, that's this box up here, risking 60 points. The market is up, or it went up, 190 points. So one trade worked. We're ignoring shorts, right? Ignore that short, ignore that short. Two play worked, right? If you kind of anticipated that one. And then we have, this is a supply trade, another squeeze trade here. Gray, 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 gray. Squeeze fires. This works, so that's 3. 79 point win, 21 point risk. Fucking A, man. Whew. So we have 3 solid call outs from the bot that worked today on a 2-minute, and a bunch of individual manual trades you could have taken from these pivots, depending on where you get in. That kind of gives you some green trades, right? Like even this green setup. So I won't count every single wedge play because, you know, you can obviously see they work, but it all depends on how you kind of get in and out. You can have your own risk management there, but these bot call outs, these should smack at least 1 to 2 R. There's a supply trade going on up here. We'll ignore that. But now it's just like, so what do? We either take these wedge setups and get what we can out of the up move, or we leave it alone. But by 9:42 a.m., we flip sides. And if you look at the YouTube down at the bottom right over here, I did not change that bull signal and the bull setups that we should be looking for. So that's how, you know, I mean, today was a good day. Today it worked. You're going to have choppy days. Like, I think yesterday wasn't that choppy, but yeah, I got fucked. And oh, so this is yesterday, right? This was beautiful too. So we're supposed to be bullish in this market right here. This 2-minute pays, but if you don't get out, this wedge pays, but if you don't get out, this wedge clapped. This demand line kind of pays if you don't get out, clap. But oh, sorry. So by then you're supposed to be bearish, right? I took this and got paid. This is what made me green. I kept getting fucked up here, trying to take the longs, even though this, I went long somewhere right here for this move, and that worked. I think I tried it again and I got clapped. Tried this one, got clapped. Then I switched shorts here, made it back. And then I saw this demand line on a 15-minute. So I was like, you know what? I'm going long. I'm not going short. Caught a little bit of this move, got stopped out, got in again right here. Did not ride that, obviously. But I got out at the top of the Bollinger Band. So I'm green. Now here's where I say it becomes difficult. I'm green. And this price action right here, fuck me up. I got red. So I'm thinking, right, I'm supposed to be shorting this market. All right, cool. Market gets red on green condition here with a supply line. I take this short, didn't take profit on this down move, get stopped out. All right, no problem. Then up here was where it got tricky. Still kind of red, right? I'm thinking maybe we roll back over underneath the 200. I take a fucking short, don't take profit again, and then kabooey, this fucker takes me out. If we go to the 5-minute, I could actually show you the exact trade that happened there, right here. So this fucker, this trade right here, 5-minute supply. Why would you take it when we're above the 200? No, I know. You could be saying, well, you're supposed to be bullish. Why didn't you switch bullish? Simple, bro. That shit came in a live market. And I thought that we might have been able to roll over back underneath the 200, and it just didn't work, which is fine. Just take your stops, because I took my stop there. This bullish momentum, right? We like to see the market stuck at the top of the Bollinger Band. There was a 2-minute kind of pullback entry here, right? And now it's clean. It's a easy, there it goes. Look at that. It was an easy trade for me because green on green, take the wedge. I got in literally at the dead bottom of that bitch, and it shot up, and I think I got out right here. Yeah, I got out right before we hit this supply. I was trying to get there, but we didn't quite make it. And that was a trade that made me negative 150 on the day. I could have gone in again, obviously. Could have tried it again here. That wouldn't have worked. But yeah, man, I think just focusing on something that, like, you know, one direction has been a game changer for, you know, my edge, to not necessarily be confused about which way the market's going to go. I don't even know which way it's going to go during the day. All I know is I have a high probability for it to catch this fucking move. This does not happen without me anymore. At least throwing a fucking putting risk on. And when we have good runs, we have good runs. And like today, that bull run, green on green condition should not happen without you being able to take some advantage of it, right? All of this price action right here. You should be able to somehow capitalize on this. That's it, man. That's the wrap up. Good luck out there during power hour. I'm going to go back to do some work. Yeah, peace. Why does this look different? 2 minutes. I cannot see. All right, let's see what happens. End of day. Another bounce off the bottom of the Bollinger Band there on a green on green condition. No signal there, so that's interesting. Oh, we do have signal on a 5 minute, see? And that's why we look at two. Oh, there goes the signal. You son of a bitches. You were late on that one. Interesting. My boy LMD has something similar where he has green on green, 5 minute background that's green, which is a crossover kind of mechanism. And then if the charts are green, so if the short term trend is green, he is gunning longs too. You guys should definitely check him out. LMD Trading on YouTube. He also live streams, so you can take advantage of his edge just watching his charts. Be interesting to know you guys' edges, so please like, share, subscribe, comment. Let me know what's up. All right, YouTube, have a good one. We're gonna just watch earnings now and hope you made some money today trading the green on green.